for Mother's Day. By the way, if you don't know, Mother's Day is Sunday, people. We got to start thinking about this. Us men, well, let me speak for myself. We're horrible at planning. Horrible. So Mother's Day is coming up, and well, I got down here locked anyway. She can't get down here, so she can't hear me. But yeah, I'm trying to think what I should get her. I give her money all the time. Remember, I retired her. I bought her a house. I'm not gonna lie, I bought her a Benz, but it's about like 2 years old now. I'm gonna be honest, but still, like she don't even drive really. She don't really drive. Spa treatment, okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. This gonna sound ultra corny, and I don't even think this is corny. Obviously, I'll buy her something in terms of a gift, but I think she would probably just want to spend the entire day with like her sons. Um, like she's at the point where you know, and I hope you all get to this point too. Not only you get to it, but your parents. I hope you could allow your parents, or you could gift them that point in their life where like money isn't a pressing issue. Life is so different when you always think about money. With her now is just about happiness and watching her kids kind of go through things that she went through, like what I mean, relationships, like marriage, like having kids. So that's what she's kind of she's most excited for. But she enjoys spending time and just conversation more than anything else. She did tell me she want. I'm gonna send her on a vacation. She said she want to go to somewhere, whatever. She said she want to go somewhere, but I'm a little bit nervous because I'm gonna be honest with you, and let me just tell you, this is my mom. I'm not shaming on the other moms. My mom, my mom was married to my dad. My dad unfortunately passed away. Um, my mom was never the woman who had a bunch of boyfriends in and out the house. Like really, I'm gonna keep it real. We never even knew. I don't know my mom to deal with no nigga. To keep it real. So she's really dedicated her life to us. That's why of course, I got to dedicate my life and my success to her. Um, so yeah, she wants to go on this trip. So she told me like some place she's never been. But here's the thing: my mom is not one of them friendly people who got mad friends, or she do have some friends, but it's like they broke. Um, but it's not like she has a husband or like a whatever. So like I'll send my mom anywhere, but what I mean, it's one thing if she's going back to where we all was born, which is Jamaica. If she about to go to Europe or some shit, I need somebody that kind of taking care of her, or not taking care of, but just making sure shit's alright. You know what I mean? And you know, you, it's very interesting. The older you get, you know how your parents are protective over you when you're a child. The older you get more protective over your parents. Like now, I'm like the most protective of my parents. Where I'm like, all right, mama, I'll send you on a trip, but like, I'll get one of your little friends that's not a nigga, because I don't know, I'm a hater, bro. I'm a hater. I want to hear, thank God I never had a mom that was a hoe. Jesus Christ. But anyway, I'm still figuring out what to do for Mother's Day. It's next Sunday. I'm gonna stream a couple times this week, so you guys help me with the decision. No, no, no. My mom don't want no niggas. My mom is fine. My mom has not entertained no guys. It's been great for my mental health. My mic is low. Sorry, mic low. Turn that bitch up just a little bit. Ooh, too loud. Okay. All right. I know it's this Sunday. I know. Oh, yeah, yeah. It's this Sunday. We're gonna figure it out. Relax. Like I'm gonna figure it out in the next 2 days. Get her night like something material wise, but like trust me, she cares way more about sentimental things. All right, man. Yeah, wild in the chat. Okay. Wait, are we not on Rumble? We should be on Rumble. What? Don't tell me I'm not on Rumble. No. Wait, I'm not on. Wait, how am I not on Rumble? Wait. Oh, we are on Rumble. Why does this look a little different? Okay. So I want to make some arts and craft for her. I'll tell you my ultimate Mother's Day, like, celebration. I always, I used to be, like, I play the piano. There's actually a piano right here. You guys can't see it. or keyboard actually, but not like a grand piano. But I wanted to play like, I don't know if you ever seen this video. I always thought this was the ultimate like thank you mom song, and this is, we're talking about hip hop. What do you think is the ultimate thank you mama song? I'm not gonna lie. There's an old video of it. Kanye West, Hey Mama, perform. Now, there's really an emotional one that he performed at the Grammys after his mom died, but there's one where he's singing it to her in the kitchen. Here, right here. Bro, this shit, and by the way, it's probably going to flag this whole stream because this is a Netflix thing. But, I'm so proud. Oh my God, I can't even see it. Jesus Christ, here we go. Like my ultimate like Mother's Day gift, I wanted to, because I used to play the instrument. I wanted to just play this and kind of like sing it like just for my mom. Well, I don't know the keys, so I never got able to play it. But I thought this was such a beautiful song. And, rest in peace to Donda West. Let me tell you, this smile on Kanye's face, these days you see we don't see the smile often on his face. He's like kind of like droggy these days. But just look how happy he is with his mom.
Cause I'm so proud of you. Let me tell you what I'm about to do. Hey, mama, I know I act a fool, but I promise you I'm going back to school. I appreciate what you have for me.
Okay.
I just on stage I always get that one. Hey, mama, I guess it all depends though. If my end's low, second they get up, you gon' get that benzo. Tint the windows, ride around the city and let your friends know. Tell your job you gotta fake them out. Since you brought me in this world, let me take you out to a restaurant, upper echelon. I'ma get you a jack, whatever else you want. Just tell me what kind of S-type Donda West like. Tell me.
Look how happy they look. Tell me what type of S-type Donda West like. Oh my God.
The perfect color, so I make it just right. It don't gotta be Mother's Day or your birthday for me to just call and say, hey, mama, I wanna scream so loud for you. Cause I'm so proud of you, and let me tell you what I'm about to do, mama.
Yo, this Kanye even looks different, like his spirit is different. Man, this guy's mom was everything for him, man. As Mother's Day approaches, I share stories about my personal life that hopefully you can reflect on yours. Do something good for your mom. And by the way, this is also a call out for, I hate when I talk to people and they have like these strained relationships with parents. If you can, try to repair it. I'm telling you, this is from experience. The older you get, the more you appreciate what your parents did. And you definitely want to make sure every moment you could spend with them, you don't take for granted. And also, you don't take their sacrifice for granted. Because trust me, having a kid and catering to a kid, like, trust me, you might think that you weren't born with a silver spoon in your mouth, but trust me, some of the opportunities you have now, your mom had to sacrifice for you to get. All right? Anyway, let me finish playing this.
I love you so. I never let you go. And I wrote this song just so you know, no matter where you go, I love you.
This is such a beautiful song, man. Such a beautiful song. I kid you not, I remember when he performed at the Grammys, I remember, like, I think I shed a tear, bro. I kid you not. Call the bitch man all you want. Like, bro, he was hurt. I think he just cried most of the time, too. Yeah, I don't know if this is a direct performance after she passed away. I don't think this is one, because I don't think he had a mask on. This kind of looks like it right here. You in the chat. Now, very heartfelt.
Angel, and I thank you, mama. I want to scream so loud for you.
Yeah, he breaks down crying. I don't mean to start the stream with like too, melancholy and everything.
I never let you.
My face was hurt. Kanye, we still pray for you. Another performance. I hate to start off with the sad shit. We're gonna get into some other stuff afterwards. But you know what was also dope? By the way, who just, somebody sent in like $10 or something like that. Oh, it's 2 people. Yo, Hemi, he says, thank you for going live on my birthday, Big Ack. Yo, happy birthday. Yo, this is Taurus season. We're in Taurus season. All my Tauruses, everybody spam in the chat. I realize these are all the people that are born in May. And y'all tell me if this is the winners or the losers club. Chris Brown, May 5th. 6ix9ine, May 8th. Who else? There's somebody else in between. I'm May 17th. It's the May gang, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think the Taurus is be really showing out. However, thank you, Hemi Lifestyle. D-Lo says Dirk not dropping an album. It's a cold song. Hopefully his fans are cool with that. I think they know what it is. We'll get to that in a second too. I do want to play one more, just like if it was one of them songs that would make you tear up. I remember Chris Brown when I think it was right after Michael Jackson passed, and he performed "Man in the Mirror." Chris Brown, "Man in the Mirror." It was at the BET Awards, and bro, like he couldn't even, bro, like he was sobbing, bro. But like, damn, this is bad footage. Yeah, this is him walking around like kind of like sobbing, but like, listen.
Gonna make a change. This wind is blowing my mind. Not enough to eat or a night to be bright. In a one-man soul without you.
Hey, one of the reasons I play this is to remind us all that we have to think about the humanity that's involved in this entertainment business. There is humanity. Despite sometimes the things you hear about an individual, even Chris Brown, and despite if you think he's just despicable because of what you've heard, he is a human. And what I mean by that is that, if all of your trials and tribulations were to become international news, it doesn't make you less of a human than somebody else, which means you don't feel pain, you don't go through these anxieties, you don't have disappointments, you don't mourn. You also don't feel sometimes, depressed or, you feel sad. And these are moments I just think are the rawest moments by entertainers, which I don't even think they owe us. People like, even this performance by Chris Brown or even the performance by Kanye that I showed you guys. So, I guess that's my point in even showing those things. You know what I mean? So I know I started off on a Mother's Day thing, but we do have to have a reminder that these people are definitely human. And sometimes you look at their entire lives as just scopes of entertainment for you, or, it's like a ongoing sitcom. But in reality, these are real people. As I say that, I would be remiss to not mention Jamie Foxx. I just want to send some prayers real quick to the family of Jamie Foxx. We've been seeing things like this recently. Actor Jamie Foxx, who's been hospitalized for a month. They're saying the situation is worse than reported, right? Even though we saw there was a message from his Instagram, Jamie Foxx Instagram, which obviously we don't know if he wrote or not, but clearly it would be a message we would hope would be sanctioned by him. And the message says, appreciate all the love. Feeling blessed, okay? And this made me feel like Jamie Foxx was alert, aware, and possibly on the road to recovery. I can just tell you my personal thoughts about Jamie Foxx as a whole Um, he's one of the most transformative entertainers I've ever seen. He's someone who I feel like is a true definition of what talent is. I think he could have had a career. I always look back sometimes while analyzing my blessings and say, if you were born, I don't know, 20 years before you were born now, would you still make it? And that's a very self-aware thought. And I'm not trying to make this about me, but really this is to give Jamie credit, because there's only a few people I feel like in the industry so talented that no matter what, they were always destined for greatness, destined for stardom, right? Some people might be like, well, a lot of your ascension was due to the internet age and mainstream outlet. Okay, yeah, there's some time involved in that. With Jamie Foxx, he's, to me, the most naturally talented individual I've ever seen. I think he could have been an amazing stand-up comedian. By the way, I don't know if you guys, I watch his stand-up comedy special to this day. Some of the greatest memes and GIFs and little things people tweet on Twitter all the time has come from Jamie Foxx. You ever heard the Jamie Foxx? Fuck you. Like he was a great singer. We're gonna get to that in a second, but this is mid-comedy special. He belts these out. He did a comedy special and got on the piano mid-special.
Do you love him or do you
Look, like these days we're impressed by people who could just like put together a few Instagram clips, and these guys are great too. But like, do you know how much talent you had to have to make it on In Living Color, to be able to do all improv at the highest fucking level? You had to you couldn't just lip sync. This guy had to have all these talents. But
hate him.
I'm pretty sure you guys have heard this before.
I hate him. Hate relationships. Don't you hate it, fellas, when you get involved with somebody and then you trip, you fall in love, what you don't anticipate doing, and you ever get jealous? Don't jealousy make you do some silly shit? You ever get jealous and the person ain't even with you? You just see somebody that you think she might like. You gotta look at this motherfucker working out, looking all good. What's up, Jamie? Fuck you, man.
This is classic.
Don't be looking at my girl either. Your girl ain't with you. She with me in spirit.
And this is all live.
Or you ever just have a relationship where you just get tired of each other?
Hit it, Jamie.
It's the same old thing. You're like, damn.
By the way, he also had the Jamie Foxx show. He had a classic R&B album.
That's when you can't even pronounce it. We just, I say it's black, you say it's white, you say it's red, I say it's blue. We just don't get along. And then sometimes they just walk in and you just...
Right here. Fuck you.
You just want to say, fuck you. Oh, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you. That's how Bilal would do it. Fuck you, sister, fuck you, fuck you.
Yo, amazing talent. I just want to say, I know so many people, especially like in my regular life, in the sense of just friends and comrades, who when they wanted to be an entertainer, Jamie Foxx was the person who inspired them. Because there was a lot of people who they would talk, and I know one of my homies, I always told him to get into comedy. I always told him, I'm like, yo, I know you're a big fan of Jamie because he could sing a little bit. He always acted like it was the same thing that Jamie was. Jamie's like, to me, you know, we love Dave Chappelle, but Dave Chappelle is a comedic genius. But if we're talking about an entertainment genius as a whole, Jamie is like way levels and leaps beyond even a Dave Chappelle for me. Not only his talents, he could have been a straight up stand-up comedian, being one of the best, if you ask me. His sitcom, I always thought it was criminally underrated. Jamie Foxx show, I always watched it in line with Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Martin. You get what I mean? Like, that's how, like, come on, man. Who don't know Fancy? Come on. Like, that shit was hot. And I still love that show to this day. So his stand-up, his show, but also we forget Jamie Foxx came out with an album. And this is after he tried his hand at music with the Slow Jams song that had Kanye West. I go, Marvin Gaye, Luther Vandross, a little Aretha. There's let me see. There's even studio footage, Slow Jams. And I'm telling you, man, this is one of the most talented motherfuckers. Like, listen, just watch.
Kanye, all it Slow Jams.
This is him trying to explain to Kanye what the premise of the song is. One of the most classic songs in hip-hop history, bro.
The girl gonna be like, feel like where you going with this content and all this rapping, but sometimes I just need some slow shit. I just need some dusties. I need some, you know what I'm saying? And nigga, we just got through talking about this. That's what we just got to come over in your new whip. Bring some friends you cool with. I'ma bring the cool whip that I want you to strip. See you with my new bitch, so we get our grind on.
I ain't gonna lie, and Jamie bodied it. And by the way, to give credit to Kanye, it seems like actually it was I said that in reverse. It was Kanye that brought in Jamie for this. Like somebody connected, but I think this was Kanye's idea mostly. I think. But he knew how to use Jamie because I think he was explaining the thing too.
Yeah, that reverb on it. We just gonna hit him with some Orange Juice Jones. What we gonna hit him with? How far we
Look at this fucking legend.
Into my cribs and we gonna turn off the lights. Back when they used to say, ow.
Remember, I think this was around the time he did I don't know if he already did the role for who am I thinking of? Somebody said that's Twista's song. Yeah, Twista came in later on, but this is how the song got birthed. Who am I thinking of? He did that movie where he was playing blind. Who is that? Ray Charles. Yes. By the way, I hear you guys talking about Young Boy and Dirk. I'm going to talk about it in 1 second. Come on, man. Let's not fuck up the flow. We got a flow going on here, man. We're going to talk about it in a second.
Ow, ow. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. She said she wants some Marvin Gaye, some Luther Vandross, a little Anita, but definitely set this party alright.
This is a fucking legend, man. Great, one of the greatest ever. I'm talking. You know how they have that stat in boxing called pound for pound. Well, I have that too in terms of entertainers. You feel me? Like if you really are one of the best entertainers, I think you could do everything. It's like averaging a triple-double. Or like when, you know what I mean, some people, like, they dominate basketball, then they go to baseball. This guy is the guy.
Smokey Robinson, Freddie Jackson, everything.
That's crazy. And absolutely salute to Jamie Foxx. Man, trust me, I'm sending all my prayers and my love. I've came close to meeting him. I've never met him. I want him on my podcast, but obviously who cares about that? I've been so inspired by Jamie Foxx throughout my existence. If you ask me, I would give credit to Jamie Foxx when you guys probably be like, yo, Ak, you're good at doing this. Why are you trying and doing other things? I would say it's because of Jamie Foxx. Because Jamie Foxx showed that not because you're really good at one thing means you couldn't attempt or try to be good at other things. And a lot of people looked at entertainment as just a money-making thing. So once they got rich at one thing, they're like, I'm good. When you chase the art and the craft and you want to better yourself and you've been working on a lot of things, you yearn to accomplish more goals. And I think Jamie Foxx is just a fucking legend. And his impersonations are amazing. His comedy is amazing. His singing is amazing. His acting is amazing. Even the show that he did a movie that people didn't really like. I think it was called Bait or something like that. I loved everything Jamie Foxx has done. You know what I mean? I used to listen to his radio show. He did radio too. It was on Sirius XM, Foxhole Radio. Like, he's been a true inspiration to me. He's the person who got me onto Kevin Hart, to be really a fan of Kevin Hart. One day, Kevin Hart came up to a show, Foxhole Radio, and they roasted each other, and that shit was just immaculate. It was great. So, man, I'm just sending all my prayers through. Obviously, we're not going to know exactly how his health status is, but we're just hoping he makes it through, all right? All right, people. Somebody said, damn, Ack, wipe your... Oh, and I love them in Collateral. Somebody said, Ack, wipe your mouth. I'm sorry, man. Like, I do love Jamie. I just think he's one of the most talented niggas, period, bro. All right. So I said, Ack, how come you don't get no bitches? Because no bitches want me, bro. Like, damn. Niggas will ask you some questions that you could literally... Bro, if I don't get no girls, man, it's because them girls don't want me, man. I'm undesirable. Oh, wow. Let me see. Is this real? My man Boom sent some shit in. Says Adidas has decided to sell some of Yeezy stock and donate proceeds to international organizations, and Ye will be entitled to 15% if goods are sold. So essentially, I guess stock not as in like stocks and bonds, but they're saying that there's a bunch of unsold Yeezy sneakers that Adidas has, and they're saying that Adidas has decided to sell them, just pledging a bunch of the proceeds or profits to like charity, I guess, right? And they're saying that Kanye will get 15% of that, which if we're thinking in the grand scheme of things, a lot of people believe that Kanye crossed the line that he could never come back from, especially he's not bowing down. So people thought that Adidas would never work with him again, but then we hear that Adidas lost a shit ton of money because they didn't sell no Kanye sneakers. So they're in a tough bind. Do they really give a fuck about the public, what the public, moral, let me see. Let me pull up some of these tweets. Yo, Booms, stay on the standby. I want to kick it with you on Discord soon. So there's a... Sorry. So... Apparently this is Yay. Apparently this is like a... Let me see. Okay, this is where it came from. They said Adidas have decided to sell some of the Yeezy stock and donate proceeds to international organizations. Ye will be entitled to 50% of the profits if goods are sold. And I guess this is from some press release or something. I guess Reuters. You see Reuters right here. Adidas will sell some of the merchandise from its defunct Yeezy partnership. So it doesn't say the partnership is backed. Yeezy partnership with rapper Kanye West, and they'll donate part of the proceeds to international organizations. Okay, I'm guessing this page is probably getting the 15% because, or they're assuming it's 15% that Ye will be entitled to, because if you sell any Yeezy stock, Kanye has to get a percentage of the portion. Oh, never mind. Okay, cool. I guess this is again part of the press release or Reuters report. If goods are sold, Ye will be entitled to the previously agreed commission, 15% of turnover, according to media reports. Adidas has declined to comment on this. Oh, okay, they linked the article as well. By the way, I thought this was going to happen at a certain point, and that's why I think recently Kanye has shut the fuck up. Bro, I'm not taking off my ad blocker. What's up with everybody hating on the ad blockers, bro? Oh, my God. Everybody's hating on the ad blockers now. Give me 1 second. Right there. Bingo. Got him. Okay. So, yeah. Adidas will sell some of the merchandise, blah, blah, blah. Okay. They've been in a predicament over the Yeezy stock since it cut ties with West over his anti-Semitic comments late last year, with the controversy weighing on its stock and hitting its bottom line. I told y'all I believe they would try to get Kanye West at a point where he wasn't flipping out, because Kanye goes through these waves of flipping out. And they would say, bro, we could get you back to being a billionaire or whatever the fuck you want to be. Like, because obviously there's some heavy financial incentive with the partnership we had, but you have to shut the fuck up. We're not trying to get you to apologize to nobody, because I don't think Kanye would apologize or just be on bending knees just kissing ass. Like, I think Kanye, just like many people, like Kanye has, well, not many people, but Kanye specifically has fuck you money. And what do I think is fuck you money for Kanye? I think he has $1 billion. $1 billion is like fuck you money. Now, and also, it's not like he has $1 billion and he'll never make another dime. Without even selling Yeezys, his music catalog is always going to be profitable. By the way, he's like the number 3 or number 4, at least hip-hop artist that streamed this year. What does he drop this year? Nothing. So he's such a legendary artist. He's always going to make probably $10+ million from his music catalog every year. So if he has $1 billion already, and he's making at least $10 million every year after that, and probably has some other shit, because we all know, he kind of has a very huge portion of urban fashion. The nigga's going to be good. So I think he wouldn't apologize and beg Adidas. I think he would probably say fuck Adidas. But I do think he's not that stupid. I think when we see him going on these rants, he's not that stupid. He realizes, you got a partnership with them. They got a lot of stock that they could still sell. Shut the fuck up, okay? Which means you don't have to backtrack. Let them sell their shit. You're going to get some money. And let's see what happens in the future. I think the way this is put out is in a very silent way to see if people are going to go and be mad. Like, they're looking for the outrage mob, right? Yes, he didn't apologize how you wanted. Yes, he said the only reason he started liking Jewish people again is because he's seen 21 Jump Street. But now they're going to drop shit with him silently. They know it's going to sell, but they're trying to see, is the outrage mob going to pop up? If it doesn't pop up, give it about a year, they're going to pop back in and say, hey, we have a limited partnership with Kanye, and they're going to make it sound good to protect their ass this time a little bit more. But they're going to probably say, we're back in business with this nigga. Like, the fuck? Like, this nigga's a cash cow. He makes us mad money. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, we will see. All right. So, millions of Yeezy brand shoes with retail value of 1.2 billion euros, $1.3 billion, are sitting in storage after their sale was put on hold. Their value in the resale market has rocketed since Adidas stopped producing them, with some of the models doubling in price. Addressing investors in the South German town of Forth after the debacle contributed to the company's first annual loss. Damn! That was their first annual loss in 31 years? Ye's coming back. Gotta bring that nigga Ye back. First loss? You gotta imagine, like, Adidas is a company that's just, I don't know if they're talking about necessarily loss on Wall Street, which would be the stock market that we kind of care about in the U.S. Maybe that's some international shit they talking about. But regardless, Kanye is worldwide. First loss in 31 years. Whoa. They said it had yet to determine if the sale, and when and how the planned sale will proceed. So what we're trying to do now over time is sell some of this merchandise. Burn the goods would not be a good solution. Adding that the proceeds would be donated to the nigga. All right. Shares in Adidas was up 2% as of this time. Okay, you could tell. Kanye moves the needle. That's the thing about, when people talk about leverage, if you don't move the needle or the bottom line, you're irrelevant to these companies. You get what I mean? Kanye West clearly moves the needles. People hearing rumors of this or whatever, shares are up 2%. And y'all haven't announced a actual strategy yet. That's how crazy it is. Somebody says it's a smart and responsible move, right? Say it not only preserves the brand integrity, but avoids a sustainability crisis. At the end of the day, they're not talking about anti-Semitism no more. All they're talking about is dollars. By By selling some of the stock, the company's potentially minimizing a $700 million loss this year. It's unclear how much the stock will be sold and blah, 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 blah. Wow. If the goods are sold, he'll be entitled to 15% of the turnover, according to media reports. They defended Adidas' year-long collaboration with the rapper, saying that as difficult as he was perhaps the most creative mind in our industry. Who's this? Golden. I got to see who Golden is. They probably mentioned up here. Golden. Who's that? Oh, the CEO. Wow. So the CEO is giving Kanye some really, really big props. They said, as difficult as he was, he's perhaps the most creative mind. Oh, yeah, they're trying to get back in business with him. It's like when Reebok, remember when Reebok dropped Rick Ross because he was like, yo, Molly and her champagne. She ain't even know it. Nigga, they secretly got back in bed with Rick Ross. They didn't just want to jump out saying it. But obviously that's Rick Ross. He don't move the needle like Kanye. So you got the CEO. The CEO don't even want to talk about anti-Semitism. All he want to talk about is bottom line. Because right now these are bottom line conversations. Also, on Thursday, Chief Financial Officer blah blah said an internal investigation into alleged misconduct by Ye, including showing pornographic material, blah, 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 had not substantiated the allegations. You know what that says? Yo, Ye showed this nigga a porno on camera where the bitch was moaning in the porno. And you know what? You know, Adidas are coming back saying, we investigated all of these allegations and we can't substantiate it. You know why you can't substantiate it? You want that nigga to make you some goddamn money. That's how it goes. You make a lot of money, you're innocent. You're a liability, you're definitely guilty. What do you mean an investigation couldn't substantiate the allegations? Ask the nigga he showed the phone to. Hey, did you see porn when he showed you the phone? That's how you substantiate it. You know what that person probably said? Fuck no. You know why? That person want to get a bonus. You know what? You know when these executives get bonuses? When the sales are high. No bonuses get cut when the sales are low. I keep hearing the same. Go woke, go broke. Yeah, that nigga showed you some porno, but you better shut the fuck up if you want to get that big bonus, because if he come back, sales gonna be high. Shut up. They probably ask him, hey, did Kanye show you porno on that phone? I couldn't see, it was blurry. I didn't have my glasses. Yeah, one of those. However, the investigation also concluded the rapper's erratic and sometimes inappropriate behavior made for a challenging work environment. That's like, yo, what does that even mean? Okay, everybody knows it's hard to work with Kanye West. That's not damning. Okay. You should have found him guilty of the misconduct shit if you want to get him out of there, but they don't. And the company was now in the process of implementing measures to prevent such problems from occurring in the future. You know what they're saying? We can't control Kanye. We're just going to make the company Kanye-proof. That's what happens when you fucking control how the bottom line could shift. A lawsuit in German arbitration court, which Adidas is seeking damages from Ye, is still in its early stages. So apparently Adidas is suing Kanye. And they said there's no financial sum determined. Ye did not respond to immediately for a comment on Facebook. Okay, so what's probably going to happen here is that Adidas is going to drop the suit. They're going to drop the suit. They want to work with Ye. It's clear. They want to work with Ye, right? First quarter results, due to be announced on May 5th, will likely show a 4% decline in net sales to $5.07 billion, according to a company called Consensus. But investors have high hopes Golden can turn Adidas around. The stock has gained around 65% since November, when Golden first floated as a successor to blah, blah. So basically, this guy, ever since Adidas went skyrocketing, or not skyrocketing, but, you know, in a free fall down, he came in and he's changing up the whole thing. He's trying to get the money up. You know what I mean? This is all business, people. So he's like, no, we love Kanye. We love Kanye. What do you mean? He showed porno. We're going to investigate if he showed porno. We don't know if he did. Even though Kanye has a documentary where he says, yeah, I showed him porno that I could say, you see this person? They're getting fucked. That's what y'all are doing to me. That's what he literally said in the documentary. But now they're saying on this, oh, we don't know if he showed porn. Okay. Look, we'll do everything to bring Adidas back to where it belongs. Yo, Kanye, man. Yo, I keep telling people. There's two people, and I'm gonna add a third one, but that's my guy, but he just doesn't fit within the he doesn't fit within the context of this conversation. I think Joe Budden felt like he had that leverage when it came to podcasting. No, he doesn't. Joe Rogan definitely has, or could have, but he hasn't utilized it. When people saw what Dave Chappelle did with Netflix, and Netflix basically removed the Dave Chappelle show and forced Comedy Central to strike a deal with Dave Chappelle before they could put it back on, that is not normal. By the way, that is also not how contracts work. Like, he basically broke the contract and forced them to go by the new contract he wanted to go by. You get what I mean? Why? Dave Chappelle moves the bottom line. Netflix cared about Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle couldn't move the bottom line. Again, I'm not speaking for Spotify, even though I do have a contract with them. I'm not speaking for them. This is my own thought about what I believe their dealing was with Joe Budden. I think they looked at Joe and they said, yeah, you're not, like, whatever you're bitching about online, we don't give a fuck. We're going to get Joe Rogan. So bye-bye, Joe. Okay, we'll get the new Joe. I think that's just what happened. However, when it comes to fashion, I think Kanye is the guy. Yo, Kanye said everything to get canceled. And they're basically like copping all type of pleas saying, not that bad. We might work with him again, but we're going to kind of put some safeguards in place. And also, we're going to donate some of the money. You know why? They got to cop the pleas. He moves the needle. Sorry. That's just what it is. All right. Dope. I'm interested to see what they're going to say with this. But I do think that Kanye West also isn't stupid. I think he's being quiet recently for a reason. Just shut up. Right? Just shut up, let us sell. You get your money. Okay, people. Look at y'all. Y'all so thirsty for some YoungBoy news. Oh my God. I should torch y'all. I should go to should I talk about QCP first? I should talk about QC first, shouldn't I? What should I talk about? QC or YoungBoy? All right. I'll talk about the YoungBoy stuff because I can see y'all are eager. Okay? Shout out to all my people on Rumble. How we rocking over here? Here's the thing. Here we go. If you don't know, YoungBoy he's decided to drop an album. Essentially, he came out dissing me. It's very interesting. By the way, the people who have worked with him, they're confused about why he dissed me. They've reached out. They were like, "Yo, hey, like people who have, that release party he had that they said he slept through. Like the people who were around that, they were like, "Yo, act like remember we reached out to you. Like, yo, he wanted you to post all of this stuff. You know what I mean? It was like." It's a rollout. That was their rollout for it. And it was like, they're like, yo, we're shocked that he's dissing you now because they, like, at that time, they wanted to make sure you captured the entire process of the release party. And I said to the person, I don't know why YoungBoy's dissing me. Like, it seems very trivial to just say he's just dissing me because of some album sales or whatever. But, thinking about it on a broader aspect, it's hard to really even conceive because I talked to him about this. I talked to him about this with the baby. I told him, hey, listen, there are some, this is what I told him in privacy. I said, yo, there's people in the industry claiming, and I didn't tell him who, But this is a talk. I said, yo, they're claiming that the baby fucked up by doing an album with you because he was already under fire. And then now doing an album with you, he's isolating a lot of people who might fuck with him later. And he said, this is what YoungBoy said straight off his mouth. He said, why would they do that though? He said, the baby don't got no issues with niggas. He said, it's like you act like you're not. So it was basically the whole picking side. He was like, yo, if you're keeping it neutral and you do something with me and you do something with somebody else, that's nothing, right? Like, why would other people be mad at you? And I agreed. I said, yeah, I don't know why other people be mad at the baby. Like, that's kind of odd. But I guess they feel like he's on the songs that you're dissing other people on, and it's kind of like, it puts him in a weird place. So I only say that story to say, YoungBoy completely has the mental capacity to understand that when you are in whatever gangsta beef you're in with whoever, when you deal with people, especially people who are in the industry, and they have to do a song with, or they have to do a report about, or they have to post somebody you don't like, as long as they post you too, they're not picking a side. That's just kind of, that's how the game goes. So that's what I believed, right? After the whole dissing thing, I'm still trying to make sense of it, because I'm like, all right, I'm not gonna lie, I have been posting a lot of Dirk recently, but I'm like, no way he's in his feelings about that. But then I also think about, well, no, it's because you said the beef was squashed. But I'm like, why Dirk don't feel the same way about that he does. By the way, I'll give y'all some news if y'all want me to. Ironically, and by the way, YoungBoy, this is I'm telling you, YoungBoy must have a bird brain. I don't know. Me and Dirk talked this morning. I haven't talked to Dirk in so long. You know what Dirk says? Bro, I just want to let you know that I don't I'm not actively trying to have no problem with none of these niggas. I'm winning, I'm up, I'm good. I'm not trying to go this nigga. Like, that's literally what he just said to me. So I'm like, I said, I figured that. So, obviously, YoungBoy thinks differently. You get what I mean? Also, which this is also the ironic part of it. Remember, the only person who died in this whole situation was King Von. Dirk also confirmed to me, bro, I ain't on no beef shit with no niggas like that. Like, I'm not even addressing niggas like that. Like whatever they want to do, they could do, but I'm not addressing them niggas like that no more. Like, it's good. So when it says, oh, Axis, you don't talk to Dirk. No, Dirk hit me up this morning. Yeah, he hit me up this morning. Probably check my phone. You probably hit me up back. Because I responded. Yeah, but like, and I think I could share that without, coming off as, oh my God, bro, it's just is what it is. So, I guess I said that to say Dirk, like, obviously they didn't squash beef, like no official shit, but Dirk is looking at it like, I'm not worried about YoungBoy. That's what Dirk is basically saying. I'm not worried about that nigga. That's what he's basically saying. Now, again, he don't mention his name. He's like, yeah, man, I ain't. It's like, listen, man, I'm over here trying to get money with my guys. We finally doing good. Like, you know where we came from. Like, we finally doing good, man. I ain't got no time. Like, this other shit that niggas is trying to do, let them do it if they want to sell out. Like, go ahead. And I'm like, again, I've never seen YoungBoy act like that. I told that to Dirk this morning. I said, I've never seen that nigga act like that. Facts. I always tell y'all. I tell y'all the truth. I don't care who get mad. So anyway, in trying to figure out what that is, so I definitely incorrectly said that they squashed beef. But here's the thing. The guy who should be more mad at the beef because he lost somebody, he's saying, I don't give a fuck about this other guy. And then this other guy is saying, you bitch, you motherfucker. Like, come on, brother. like, Don't jump too much around. You have an ankle monitor on. Okay, we don't want it to snap. Relax. He's the one mad. So again, I'm mentally, I can't even, whatever. So, tonight, again, and I didn't talk to him about this, but me personally, I don't think Durk's dropping an album. Durk's doing what he always does. Hype it up like it's an album, and he drops a single. Okay? I believe it's going to be the single with J. Cole. If it was going to be the album, I think he would have given us a track list. And if you don't get a track list by like 3 p.m. today, he's not dropping an album, bro. You would get a track list. Like, yo, look out for this tonight. Just like YoungBoy dropped his track list. Let's go look at his page. The thing about YoungBoy also that I'm going to be very honest about is that it's hard for me to differentiate you doing this because you feel a way rather than you're doing this to sell records because you're attaching your records to everything you're doing now. And before, when you were trying to convince everybody you didn't give a fuck, you never did that. You're now talking. Then, okay. So let me show you this. My bad. You tweeted out not too long ago. It's just a simple fact. Y'all try to use me for promotion. Somebody must have put some laughing gas in the vents of YoungBoy's crib. Like, what is he talking about? Who's using it for promotion? Number one, I'm a media outlet. Why would I need to use you for promotion? I usually do the promotion. So who's using it for promotion? Durk? The guy who won't say your name? Hello? He won't say your name right now. He's just getting under your skin by saying little things that is getting you punching in the air. Now, granted, do I believe that Durk leverages himself and uses the noise that comes with the beefs people believe he has? Yes. But if that was the case, and now you jump out the window, just like you jumped out the window before with I Hate YoungBoy, you have given him what he wanted if that's what you think he wants. So congratulations. Congratulations. This was like a 2 IQ play. If you think he's using it for promotion, okay. Actually, no, let me flip it back around. Maybe it's not a 2 IQ play. Might be 1,000 IQ play by YoungBoy. I guess he's saying you're using me for promotion. I'm gonna use you for promotion. And that's where I'm also confused. Because if you both are using each other for promotion, because again, I'm telling y'all, YoungBoy, no matter how he shouts and all of that shit, he can't go past the mailbox in his crib. He's not going anywhere until the feds say so. Because of that, you're a musician. I'm sorry, I know, you're just a musician. Durk, I don't know, he's a musician too. Y'all are using each other for sales. Y'all are using those little, nuanced, disses where y'all don't really say nothing, y'all don't direct it. Well, YoungBoy just directly at him, but he's been kind of shading or whatever. Y'all are using each other for sales. That's it. Let me tell you how this plays out. YoungBoy's going to drop this tape. He's going to do... This tape... 48,000. First week. This is a 48,000 first week tape. Keep in mind, he dropped an album, twice as many tracks. Look at the track list. By the way, we're going to talk about the track list in a second. From what the YoungBoy fan page, which I don't know if they like me or hate me now, they've been telling me, they says, you're getting dissed on track 9. Okay? By the way, I ain't gonna lie. I do want to say, and again, listen, no matter how upset this guy gets, I still love his music, and I'm probably going to bump this. You know what I mean? And I'm going to buy it too. Yo, I love his track. I love like how he titles tracks. Bitch, let's do it. That's the intro. Yo, I was reading the track list and I was like, nah, this is fire. Bitch, let's do it. You got to read it in his voice too. Bitch, let's do it. You know when he talks, he throws his hand. So it's like, bitch, let's do it. You got to act like you holding a cigarette. Bitch, let's do it. Okay. Then second track, I got that shit. Okay. Okay. Third track is called I Heard. Then fourth track is Hurt My Heart. I want to hear that track. Killer Youngboy don't sound the same in the house. Like, the closet recording don't sound like Killer Youngboy. Heartfelt Youngboy sounds good. You're in the house, like, you just, like, you know what I mean? You were just saying about stop the violence. You maybe are having a coming to self moment. Songs like that are deep and sentimental, which, by the way, I always give him credit for because, you know, as a gangster rapper, people never unlock that type of, you know, thing about themselves to be like very introspective and honest. I think that could be a very good song. Hurt My Heart, I never heard it, but it could be a good song. 5, Dirty Thug. Okay. Then 6, Just Flow. 7, Free Michi. Okay, that's probably going to be one of them. 8, Father. I don't know. Father kind of sounds like some dope shit. I'm hoping he would be talking about, I don't know, maybe like the pains and trials and tribulations of him going back and forth with like the dozen of baby mamas he got. And then number 9, which, you know what's funny? This might be the song that ends up being my second or first favorite diss song to me, because I all know I love that song, Cut It. When Shy Glizzy said, I know every DJ but this pussy academics, chain hit the floor and broke boy had a fuck. Oh, I ain't gonna lie, that shit was hot. It was hot. Okay, so for the industry, I'm gonna listen to that song. I do have to also say though, because now Youngboy, you know, you see, I'm glad, you know, I got to be the fat hoe you said I was. I got to now correct people when you try to, like, I'm the narrative guy. This is why I'm in the media, people. The fuck the industry shit, you're not blackballed. I want to say this a million zillion times. You are choosing to not have any friends. It's fine. And the friends you do have, you then put them in a weird position and then kick them out of the car when you want to. Look at how you did with No Cap. Even though I get what you were trying to say, yo, I was kind of riding for you, but you're treating music and industry shit like it's war. You get what I mean? And that's cool. It's work for you. But I will understand No Cap if he thinks he's just your artist, not thinking he should go to war for you. Okay? Especially over some shit y'all seem to say it's supposed to be street shit over there. And he's saying, well, I don't know this nigga Dirk, I'm just doing music. But remember, you're not blackballed. You have just said you don't want to be friends with niggas. It's cool. Like the one kid in class who's antisocial, who don't talk all day, it's not that everybody hates you. You just don't want to talk to nobody. I know half of these niggas in the industry want to talk to you. They beg you to do stuff. You don't do it. You don't fuck with them. This anti-industry thing, this is an angle by Youngboy. Me and Kodak Black used to call me frequently. Yo, this is when he's saying, hey, listen, yo, I'm trying to reach out to Youngboy to connect. I'm trying to put our past differences behind us, this and third. I'm going to be honest. Youngboy wasn't hearing it. I was delivering messages. I was trying to put them on. They wasn't hearing it. It's ego. Fuck that nigga. I don't want to hear it. Okay. You don't get any more remorseful than when somebody's saying, my bad. Yeah, now if I fucked up, my bad, yo. But you know you been my nigga. This ain't the industry hating you. This is you not liking nobody else. Then people that work with the people you claim are your ops, they would work with you too. Maybe not on a diss song for the other person, but the whole this industry's against me, I'm blackballed, that is not true. You have signed one of the biggest contracts of younger artists that Capitol has ever given out. Trust and believe they're going wild. By the way, I seen it, and I'm glad your Capitol team is very in tune. They cut mad checks to Shade Room, this and third, to post your album. Good, because those checks would not be good over here because I don't post you for money. I post you for love, or I have. But this whole thing, you anti-industry, nigga, you spending marketing dollars. You're like every other rapper. Like, brother, there's no rapper reinventing the wheel. So this is where Kentrell, when you get on the opposite side of me, all of the smoke and mirror you try to control fans with, I get to debunk. No, you're not blackballed. This anti-social shit, nah, that's not true. I'll tell what's actually going on. Y'all are spending money to promote this project. That's a fact. Can I fucking post this shit? It's your label paying for it, okay? I'm telling you, like, nigga, I know this shit in the back of my hand, bro. Like, Shade Room don't give a fuck about you and Soulja Boy. Trust me. Anyway. Regardless, there's nothing wrong with that, too. Like, I hate when rappers are in the music business, but they're acting like they're too cool to be in the music business. Just do your thing. Do your job. It's fine. You know what I mean? Okay. So, yeah. Let me get back to, yeah. So the fuck the industry is going to be probably another cry, a pathetic cry for, oh, I'm blackballed. You're not blackballed, my brother. You're not blackballed. By the way, I know this as a fact. At least as of yesterday, you ain't turned this album in yet. At least to the DSPs. Watch, they still playlist you. You know other artists got to turn their shit in 2 weeks before. You're the only nigga because you're that. Drake does it too. You are one of the few select niggas who could just pop up day of and say, I'm dropping an album tonight, and they got to move everything around. Okay, we got to give them this playlist, put them on the homepage, do that. If you're blackballed, you get no love tomorrow. You're going to get mad love. You're not blackballed. You get what I mean? Like, it just sounds good. You're not blackballed, my nigga. They blackballed your artist, Quando Rondo, because he don't got a hit. You don't have a hit, and then he killed King Von and other people like King Von. That's all they did. If you want to get Quando Rondo on blackball, you got to do 20 songs with that nigga. Like, do a group album. What y'all supposed to do a group? Do that. You got to force the industry to like Quando again. Because Quando doesn't have the leverage that you have. You're too popping to get blackballed. You're too popping in the kids' eyes to get blackballed. Now, could you get blackballed? Yeah, but like it's a little bit different from like you and like a 6ix9ine. You're not dissing these niggas that's in these buildings. 6ix9ine done that. 6ix9ine was turned on by the entire industry with the snitching shit. Like really, really, like half of these guys really like you. You just don't talk to them. Half of the industry is fans of this guy. That's facts. So anyway, let's put that out of them because I can't wait to hear the fuck the industry, but I'm industry. You can't be signing Capitol Records and saying you're not industry. Capitol Records right now is the new Atlantic. I could tell anybody that. They paid good money to get you, good money to get Kodak. They got the best A&R from Atlantic over there. They're cleaning up, picking up. They're building a roster. They're the new Atlantic. That's as industry as you could get. That and about Dirk's label, which is Interscope. Well, actually, is Dirk still Interscope? Because I know, I think so. His group, OTF, is on Ghazi's label, Empire. But that's just the reality of it. So I can't wait to hear you say you're blackballed, trying to convince your fans you're not. And half the rappers you're going to say who don't like you, they all want to like you. Since he want to talk about it all, ask him how many songs I sent him from rappers. Yo, this rapper wants you to get on this. They can't get a hold of you. They just know that I fuck with you. They're sending me this. They're not hating. You know what these rappers are saying? Yo, we wish we had a fan base like him. He's pretty dope. Yeah, whatever he got with Dirk, yeah, that ain't none of our business. We just trying to do a song with a nigga. I'm just telling you the truth. Somebody say I'm doing too much. No, I'm never doing too much when I start telling the truth. I'm never doing too much when I'm start telling the truth. Somebody say he's emotional. That's all this is. YoungBoy's an emotional rapper, which is a good thing because his music is amazing. But the emotions with that has caused him to think that people are picking. Like, you have to be slightly delusional to think people are plotting against you. That's it. Much less me. I'm very open and honest, like, somebody said, act, the whole industry chose Dirk. Nigga, that's what he mean. They didn't choose Dirk. Dirk is cool with all them niggas. He don't talk to them. Remember why Lil Baby got in his feelings with me? It's because he was trying to, in a weird way, not really, because remember when think about the Lil Baby thing. Remember when I said, yo, Wabi would have done a song with a nigga? He has Lil in his name, but his friend or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And Lil Baby hit me up thinking I was talking about him. I was talking about Uzi. That was the thing with Rich the Kid. You get what I mean? You know why Lil Baby hit me up? Nigga, because Lil Baby really, like, yeah, he fuck with Dirk, but, like, he don't want to beef with YoungBoy. That's just the truth. He ain't want to really beef with him. So what do these rappers do when they're scared of another rapper? They take it out on me. That's why the nigga was mad at me. I told y'all this. I told y'all Lil Baby was mad at me over YoungBoy. When I clearly explained to him, nigga, when I said that, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Uzi and Rich the Kid. That's it. Now, granted, do I know there's some nuance between the No Cap and Lil Baby situation? Yes, I do know that. I know that. Somebody said, baby, and about that, bro, like, bro, I don't think these rappers look at each other and think, like, there's going to be, like, death. You know what I mean? I don't think Lil Baby's scared of YoungBoy. I just think that beefing is not his thing. He's never been a guy who beefs. Like, YoungBoy is a nigga who beefs. That's a fact. And Dirk's a nigga who beefs. Okay, anyway, let me keep going. But yeah, he's not black. If YoungBoy claiming he's black boy, he's a fucking liar. Like, a fucking liar. I'm being honest with you. There's nothing about NBA YoungBoy. Listen, and here's the thing too. With all these people, right? With all these people, and this is another thing too. YoungBoy. Since we have to communicate with each other in public now, right? And again, you see, the truth is always on my side. These people don't hate you. Like he's let me not even get to that. All right. Okay. What you gonna do? That sounds like it could be Perspective. I would like a song called Perspective. And then Chopstick with Ben 10. Okay. This sounds like it's gonna be a lit song. Chopstick. Anything with chopsticks just sound like a lit beat. I don't know why I'm thinking that. Slimes Go Where I Go. Then Slider. Then I Shot Cupid. Channel 9. And I Want His Soul. Okay, this song gotta be about Dirk. This song gotta be about Dirk. This song gotta be about Dirk right here. Anyway, yo, somebody said this is Channel 9 right here. Let me.
These niggas know it's time. They done lied to me. Two-face smile. Trying to get my head on. Tracy, man. tryna hit my bread on. Smoking, rolling, toting, try put shit on China 9. I claim that notice.
Okay. You have any more snippets of this stuff? By the way, you know, I'm gonna buy a few copies. How much can $5,000 buy? I'm gonna buy a few copies. All right. See, I make sure I check this out. By the way, I have a theory though, because I've really been thinking about this. And YoungBoy can say whatever he wants, but I actually definitely believe YoungBoy signed signed whatever contract he did with Capitol, and I think he was smarter this time and probably just trying to get these projects out quickly as possible. And shit, this is a good little promotional leg. I still don't think it works in terms of sales. So this is why, like, I confidently, like, nigga, I'm gonna try to buy $5,000 worth of CDs for me. I'm gonna see if that's like even possible. But here's the thing, and here's the big issue. He just needs a hit song that everybody's playing. When you drop so much music, you have fans listen to these 15 songs, and then your mainstream fans who don't know that you're dropping 10 albums a year, they're like fragmented. They don't know what to listen to. So I really just think, like, this is not no hater stuff. This is just me. This is an honest opinion. Yo, find the most radio friendly or, oh, this could go on TikTok or like, and promote one fucking song. Drop it before the project. Because what happens is 17 songs. Here's how every project goes. It takes about like 2 weeks for people to start really getting or realizing the project's trash. So for people to start saying, oh, this shit is really lit, or people are like, oh, nah, this shit was definitely trash, takes about 2 weeks. So that reacting in the moment shit is just like, it's rare you hear a song, and sometimes you do. You hear a song that's just so crazy. But sometimes you got to see if songs are going to stick around. My thing is this. Drop a song, like, again, you're about to drop this album tonight. If you cared anything about this shit, just drop it 2 weeks before. Just drop the single 2 weeks before. That's it. Do you know what I mean? Put a little bit more effort, because what nobody around YoungBoy probably wants to tell him is that, yo, the YouTube vlogger style is great to rob the bank. And he's robbing the bank. Like, I do think he's one of the highest paid artists in the game. But it won't change the perception that, yo, you drop music like a YouTube vlogger drops vlogs. They're hot for the day or for the minute, and then you move on and expect the next. So it's like super microwavable, right? Now, some of these songs end up being great, and the fan base will make these songs go platinum or gold. But, again, if you're only dropping music for your fan base, if I'm YoungBoy, you know what I would do? I'd get like a Substack or something like that, or some type of direct to audience type of situation, and just keep feeding them. Because you're dropping via DSPs that are not going to pay as well as if you just drop the shit to your direct fan base. You know why? You're not making music for anybody out of your fan base. If somebody isn't a 4K Trey stan, they're listening to your music and they're like, this is noise. Just being honest. Your fan base loves it, and you have a big fan base, but if you're never going to drop singles and you're never going to appeal to bigger than your fan base, you know what I mean? It's like, what's the last NBA YoungBoy song that everybody knew? You tell me. Spam it up in the chat. Name the last NBA YoungBoy song that everybody knew. Nah, that's after No Smoke. Some people say Nevada, but Nevada was big though. Nevada was big. The Dead Trolls era was really good because I felt like he was getting almost mainstream attention for all them songs back to back. You know what I mean? All right. Anyway, I think it's a little far off. Regardless, please go cop the album. You know, I'm giving this music industry game, bro. You're not gonna. I don't care how big you think your fan base is, my nigga. You're not Drake, okay? You're not dropping a bunch of songs with no single like song and selling over 100K. It's not happening. You get what I mean? You're gonna sell like what did let me see. You're gonna do Jack Harlow numbers. Jack Harlow just came back and sold like, was it 40,000? Yeah, you're doing that. Yeah, that's it. All right. Let's speak about Dirk though, because we know Dirk is kind of teasing that he's about to drop some shit or whatever. This is supposed to be the album, or he's acting like it's the album. He says, y'all won 100K comments, May 12th, pre-save the link now. Here's the thing. I think this is the pre-save link, right? Why do people do pre-saves? And by the way, this is like, again, I don't know why YoungBoy doesn't do the same. This is a tactic by the industry, a pre-save link. When people pre-save or a pre-order, you get sales before it drops. You get what I mean? Like, you have to have your ducks in a row when you're trying to, on a perception level, trying to level up or whatever you're trying to do. Let me click on this link and see where it goes. Almost healed. Look, pre-save, pre-ad, whatever. Oh, yeah, it hasn't even been created. That's how you know it's definitely not coming out. Oh, by the way, it's not on Interscope. He's not on Interscope. It's on Alamo. Never mind, it's from Alamo. Oh, shit. Alamo used to be with, they used to be pretty much under or like connected to Interscope. Now Alamo, I think it got bought by somebody else. Okay. So he's acting like he's dropping tomorrow. I don't think so. Whole world got to hear this album. So I teamed up with Spotify. That's another thing. My nigga, it's not corny. Like, the thing with YoungBoy, he's trying to do both. My nigga, you did an interview with Billboard. Don't tell me you don't care, but you're doing an interview with Billboard. You did an interview with Billboard. Just promote your album. Because this whole beef and me talking about it is doing a better job of promoting it to the people who don't care about you. Because everybody who cares about YoungBoy knows he's dropping. The people who don't care about him that much, these are the things that sell it. But he could just do regular press. Just do collaborations. Look, whole world got to hear this album. I'm teaming up with Spotify to give my fans 3 months of free music. Spotify.com/Lil Durk. That's called being fucking smart. Everybody who clicks this link gonna get 3 months free on Spotify. And you know what Spotify is gonna do? Because they usually give you like a playlist or whatever before you make your own playlist. They're gonna fill it with Lil Durk's music. Big win for Durk. That's not fuck the industry hates me. Nigga, at that point, you're just an idiot. You just don't want to, you don't want to use your own Twitter? You don't want to promote your music, but you think you're going to, you're just not smart. Obviously, then you see Durk, The Voice, Almost Healed. Got the Drake shit. He's looking at, it's either saying two things. And by the way, I posted on my Instagram and I said, yo, maybe got Drake on it. This is what I believe is going on with Durk. And this is my Durk hot take. Lil Durk is going to try to attempt to do, and mark my words, tell me when I'm wrong about this shit. And again, I know someone will be like, oh, you talk to him. No, bruh, no. Why would he tell me? Because you know I'm going to tell y'all, he's trying to make this shit secretive. Durk is trying to do this to YoungBoy. I'm going to show you right now. This is what he's trying to do, YoungBoy. Right here. I'm going to show you right here. This is what he's trying to do to NBA.
101.99. Here's Iverson. Lou the defender.
Right.
Stays right with him. Allen wants to go. Wants the baseline. Fade away.
Cross up. Hit the jumper.
Yeah. He's way too
Look.
good. He's
Stepping over that nigga. I'm going to tell you why. I will tell you why. YoungBoy is triggered and very in his feelings. By the way, he tried to do the whole no violence shit, reverted instantly. instantly. Dirk, who's been promoting violence for the last decade, is now trying to take on a new perspective. It's no secret with him saying almost healed. He's trying to do a little bit different. He's doing what, you know who did first? 21 Savage. The super gangster nigga who now shows a little bit of consciousness. Makes it mainstream a bit. Basically frames all the violence he'd been promoting as, hey, I was hurt from back then. I'm trying to grow. So now my music, you could get a little bit of consciousness mixed with a lot of fuckery and a lot of other things. He's trying to do what, and this is what I'm bringing back to here. This is the Grammy play. This is the Grammy play. You see all y'all YoungBoy fans? Yo, why you never get mentioned for what? They be like, yeah, all he said on all these songs for like the whole time is kill, 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 murder, murder, murder. I got a casket on my wall. Like, yeah, that's not going to be on the Grammys. Same with Dirk. Dirk was like, yo, we spin the block. GDK, whatever he was saying. It's not going to win the awards. You know how you win awards? I'm going to show you. You come through, let me see if I can find a snippet. You got to come through with a song like this.
Lately, I just want to show up and body some shit. Yeah. Always been a little mathematician.
Got kids in the background. Look at the optics. This is when they're shooting the video. Got kids in the background. Look, I'm telling y'all. Got kids in the background. What does he say a couple days ago? Let me pull it up. Dirk sits down with a Chicago mayor. He says it ain't album promo, it's saving the kids. If you don't see what Dirk is, by the way, I think it's a reason why he even hit me up today and be like, yo, he basically told me that nigga YoungBoy off his meds. I ain't talking about that nigga. Like, that's what he's like, yeah, I don't care whatever, I don't know what that nigga's talking about, and I don't got none parts of it. Let that nigga go crazy by himself. You know what that's telling me? Dirk is trying to cross the lane of being a super gangster rapper, and I think he'll always keep it extra gangster, like, cause like that really gave him a really uptick, especially when Von was alive. But I think what he's trying to do now is showing another side. I'm just telling y'all. I think this tweet is him saying, I'm trying to make a Grammy play. Either that or he got Drake on the album. But it might be both. Sipping out the Grammy. He's trying to do the Grammy play. Let's watch this shit.
Lately, I just want to show up and body some shit. Yeah. Always been a little mathematician.
By the way, you don't think it's kind of interesting? If Dirk wants YoungBoy's attention so bad, why Dirk can't respond to YoungBoy at all? Why he ain't at him back? Why is he responded, but he's doing it very sneakily that only YoungBoy fans could know he responded. And people who really connected. You know what his focus is mainstream-wise? This.
Lately, this cash get air. Got me losing count of these bags. I've been moving too fast. Hard times don't last.
All kids.
With cops harassed. Talking about my ass, boy.
Cops harassed. Come
on. 1, 2, 3, go.
While YoungBoy's in his closet punching for dear life, fighting his demons, still talking about murder, murder, kill, kill, this, that, and third, fuck your bitch, fuck this nigga, fuck that, fuck this. He about to come with an uplifting song tonight and make YoungBoy look stupid. I'm telling you. this ain't no information I got from Dirk, and I definitely ain't getting no information from YoungBoy. You could see it. You like that's what I be trying to. Yo, it would cost $1 million for me personally, for me to be on salary to tell these rappers how to move because they act too dumb for me. Like, you can't be getting outsmarted by the most elementary things. Like, it's clear as day. Dirk is capitalizing off the fact that he don't like you, so he knows you're going to wild out, which you already wilded out. Then he's going to drop a positive song for the mainstream. Then he's going to keep sneak dissing you on the low that you just lose your mind. Look at Dirk with these kids. Look at Dirk with these. All my life. Look, this is called a big camera rig. That's going to be over the kids. This is called crew.
No.
By the way, J. Cole, I'm going to give you some credit, J. Cole. J. Cole is the person that rappers call on when they're trying to shift that image. Not saying that my man 21 called on him, but 21 and J. Cole, that's where we seen that. It was like, oh shit, this is like conscious gangster rapper music. This is cool. Grammy considerations. Dirk seen that? Grammy considerations. Yo, I can't knock a nigga for being smart, bro. I'm sorry.
No. All my life.
Hey, let me also tell y'all this. If YoungBoy this J. Cole next, he only got himself to blame. He left this nigga waiting in the studio for 8 hours. That's on you, nigga. I'm pretty sure Dirk showed up early with his pen and pad trying to get... Again, J. Cole is that realm. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, he's not the nigga realm, but you know what I mean? I guarantee if Cole get dissed by YoungBoy, it's his fault. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah. Lately, I just wanna show up and body some shit. Yeah. Always been a little man petition. Lately, it's cash a bit air. Got me losing count of these bags. I've been moving too fast. Hard times don't last. Remember when cops are ass talking about my ass, boy, you ain't shit.
Yo, who pursed that? Yo, who pursed that in Smirk's hand? Yo, this is the modern day. We are the world. We are the future. Let's join hands and make a better day. Let's we got choice to make it. We are changing our whole lives. You and I. Yeah. This is that. Gangsta version. Facts.
Trying to keep me down. All this time. I thought I'd make it.
This is how I know Dirk is smart. He got the right proportion of white, Spanish, black, every type of kids in this shit. This is a weird world. I guarantee you gonna bump though.
No.
Yo, be like, yo, you black, so stand next to this white girl. All right, you stand next to the Spanish dude. Let's see if we can find an Asian motherfucker in that bitch. Holy. That was good. I keep telling y'all rappers, man. Dirk is outsmarting all y'all. I'm telling y'all. And once Dirk hits y'all with this move, he never... I'm going to make another prediction. You said that song, Aha? Dirk, Aha was like him saying, please do not play that little boy in the club because we don't listen to rats. That's what he did with 6ix9ine. He'll never mention 6ix9ine again. I don't think he's giving another Aha to YoungBoy. I think he just moves on. That's my thought. I could be wrong, though, because I ain't going to lie. I think he could probably milk this beef a little bit more, but he does it really subliminally. YoungBoy, you can't get mad at me. I coached you on all this, nigga. Or not coach you. I told you all this shit, and you fucking went and still fucked it up. I don't know, nigga. Like, yo, bro, don't respond. Oh, my God, you responded to this nigga. Practice? Practice? All right. This is what I think is going to happen. YoungBoy's going to sell 40,000 or 45. Let's say closer to 50. J. Cole's going to drop a single tonight. No album. He's going to announce in the wee of the morning or tomorrow, or he'll announce tonight, this is a single. The album is dropping officially next week or the week after, or maybe 3 weeks out. His song is going to debut in the top 15 on the Billboard Hot 100, which is huge. He's huge. I don't think he's had another debut up that high, maybe since Drake. So we'll give him all the steam he needs, and then he's going to come with the hood shit. Maybe a song with Baby, like something for the clubs or some gangster anthem. He need another song with like a Pooh Shiesty type figure, you know what I mean? Like a Back in Blood. So I think that's what he's going to do. This might not be an L for YoungBoy, like, because YoungBoy is getting off his album, and the last time YoungBoy dropped a project that was a mixtape, I think he sold like 20-something thousand. So it'll double his sales with that. 40,000, obviously it's not the best, but shit, get through this contract. He's getting a lot of money. I still maintain that YoungBoy is getting the most money out of all these dudes. And yeah, life goes on. Feel me? All right, people. We'll see if I am right. Any more questions when it comes to the NBA YoungBoy Lil Durk situation? Let's act. Pure YB talk as of late. Well, y'all all came here because YoungBoy dissed. If YoungBoy didn't diss me, I wouldn't even be talking about this as much. I'm not posting about him still, though. But whatever. All right, I think we're good to move on unless y'all have something new. Okay. So I said, why they said Durk never made a hit song? Oh yeah, I seen that recently. See if I can find it. I think it's on the Neighborhood Talk. The Neighborhood Talk. Let me see. Neighborhood Talk. Here we go. Yeah, I seen this recently. Where is it? Give me a second, people. I'm gonna find it. All my life. Here we go.
You know what Lil Baby got, Lil Durk don't got?
What?
Hits. Like actual hits.
Lil Durk got his, bro.
Tell me one hit. Like a real hit. I'm not talking about streaming. I'm not talking about in the streets, in the club. I'm talking about you got in the car and the radio was on. I'm not talking about Laugh Now, Cry Later.
I was just, what about when I was just about to say that? Yo, what the fuck?
That is a Drake song.
I was just about to say I saw good Drake. I heard
Lil
that
Durk
shit
has
everywhere.
yet to have a
But the shit with
real.
Shiesty.
Whose song was that?
Yeah.
But
Already disqualified. Just say you don't like Durk. What happened to Virgil's a hit. Sorry, that's a hit. That's a hit. Now, there is something to say, like, Durk doesn't drop many solo songs that are kind of radio-friendly songs. I think he has a lot of street hits, but this guy's talking about hits. In that particular realm, I would say you have a point, but say no hits. I think that's unfair. You know what I mean? By the way, I see a lot of people saying, I see a lot of people also saying, what do you call it again? Like, I know some of y'all are just YoungBoy fans just trying to, like, counter it. They would say the same thing about YoungBoy, even worse. Like, a lot of people would just say YoungBoy has a bunch of songs that are street hits. Like, I know you think Dead Trolls is a hit, but if, put like this, if Hellcats and Trackhawks ain't a hit, Dead Trolls ain't a hit either. You get what I mean? It's like they're in the same realm. So they would probably say the same about both artists. I would probably counter this by saying I still think you need hits. Like, I don't think Durk's album, the last album, goes that crazy without what happened to Virgil. But these artists are super popping without even having hits. Like, for example, I think Lil Baby, he tries to balance both because he's trying to get to possibly where Drake is, which I don't think he could get to. But Lil Baby care about them street hits, man. Street hits is what keep him, Youngboy, and Durk really solid, and they have like a niche that nobody can fuck with. What brings them to the higher echelon is Billboard hits and these songs that everybody's gonna sing word for word. You know, not only, I won't say the club because like Hellcat and Trackhawks get played in the club. You know what I mean? Like most of Lil Baby songs, no matter how new it is, get played in the club. Little Youngboy songs too. I won't say he drops a lot of music, but they play Youngboy songs, some of them in the club. We're talking about huge songs. I think that's needed to push an album, but I don't think that's necessarily needed to keep them hot within their fan base and the audience that they're already attracting as their core. Somebody said Outside Today. You know how old Outside Today is, bro? Do you know how old that is? Anyway, I'm not buying this. What happened to Virgil was fire. Okay? I think this is more meant to be the Hellcats and Trackhawk song, which is like a big street hit, but isn't that big of a Billboard hit? Like, if you go anywhere, like, I'll give you a little bit of insight. So when I was DJing, when I didn't DJ for black crowds or like crowds that are like inner city people or people who listen to mad hip hop, what normally a DJ does then, you play top 40 music, what used to be called pop music, which means you play songs that have charted and have lasted on the charts, at least for a couple weeks, in the top 40, because pop stations only care about the super popular recurrent songs, and they will play those. So those are the Katy Perry songs when they used to come out then. Those are the big Drake songs and the Kanye West songs, like Power and shit like that. Like the songs that would be like more, you know, for like just like the urban audience, they might get on the charts one week, but they're gone the next. So they're not really top 40. So, but it's important to have a top 40 song, especially when you're trying to get that crossover appeal. So a nigga like Drake, Laugh Now, Cry Later, that's a crossover song. Same with him with, like say Hotline Bling or something like that. With people like Durk and Lil Baby, which that's why I think that people, even me, I was skeptical they could really do an arena tour, is that how much of their core fan base could fill an arena? That's 15,000 people every venue. Like, damn, like, I know the population's expanded and streaming's getting bigger, but it's like, trust me, to pay arena prices to go see those guys when they don't have like these huge songs. Usually when you think about arena, you think about a lot of white people being there. And I ain't gonna lie to you, if you heard about Durk and Baby's show, with straight niggas up in there, which I was like, damn, that's kind of impressive. Mr. Frank says, do you think Durk is basically the new French Montana? Every hit got a feature. Can he do it solo? That's unfair to say because Durk, I think his buzz isn't because of those big hits that he has features with. His buzz is because he's continually dropping songs like Hellcats and Trackhawks, Piss Me Off. He's dropping, what else? Should Have Ducked. He's dropping songs that's connecting so much with the community that is his core, that community is now so big, which is kind of the drill community, but you know, it's just gotten bigger, that he seems to be competing with these other guys without those songs. Somebody said, go to Billboard chart history. Okay, we can do that. You want to do that? Billboard chart history, Lil Durk. Let's see. Okay, so the peak was Laugh Now, Cry Later, number 2. Back in Blood went to number 13. No More Parties went number 26. Oh, wow. Who Wants Smoke? And by the way, actually, all of these are features, I'll be honest. Who Wants Smoke went 17. Every Chance I Get went 20. What Happened to Virgil, which is his song. So Broadway Girls too. So his own songs, 14 and 22. Then Three-Headed Goat was 43. Sharing Locations, Rumors. Let me see. Okay. Can I sort by peak position? I'm trying to see if I could sort. Nah, I can't. In the Bible, but it was a feature. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I see a better song. I'm used to Durk dropping songs like this. Computer Murderers, which is like really a street song. It goes 61. Probably on the charts for a couple weeks and it falls off. Let me see what else. Wait, Shootout at My Crib made it 53? Okay. All right. Crazy. No Auto went 76. All right. All these niggas. All right, man. Oh, Should Have Ducked. Where the hell did that go? That's like a typical Durk song to me. Should Have Ducked is a typical Durk song to me. Yeah. That went 53. Okay. Let's go to NBA Youngboy's thing. Wow, somebody gonna be like, yo, Ak, you're sparking the beef. Hellcats and Trackhawks was 69. Okay. Let me see. NBA Youngboy. Billboard chart history. Okay, this was a this is a Juice WRLD song, right? I know it says and, but whatever. Make No Sense 57, Outside Today 31, No Smoke 61. As much as y'all love No Smoke 61. Casey Talk 50, Needed 62, Self Control 50, whatever. And the Tyler Creator song, which wasn't his, Lonely Child, which I love, 44. Okay, let's go to his full chart history and see what's going on. Okay, so Bandits top 10. The one with Tyler almost hit top 10. Baby featuring him. That's when Baby was lit, wasn't it? 2020, Baby was so lit. That went 17. Nevada, as great as it is. You see, the thing with Youngboy, he releases so much music. His music is a slow burn. It's like Nevada, I think it might be probably platinum now, but it didn't debut high. Vet Motors, 62. Lil Top, I love Lil Top. Like that's my song right here. 28. He has a lot of entries. Way more than Durk. Right Foot Creep. Dead Troll 72. Red Eye 47. I'm going to be honest. I'm just going through it. It's like, Bring It On with 60. Yeah, he has 100 songs, 100 entries. And he has 1 top 10 hits. Let's go to Durk. How much did Durk have? Durk got 2 top 10 hits and 72 songs. Should we do a versus later on tonight? Someone says YB has a lot more songs. Well, he drops 10 times more music than Durk. If a nigga drops 300 songs in a year and you drop 30 songs in a year, like, he should have more entries, right? Someone said Dirk been rapping for 12 years. That's true, too. I'll give you that one. So I'll even it out. So Dirk been rapping for longer. Yeah. If we do a versus, who wins? YoungBoy or Lil Durk? That's actually a pretty fucking good question, dog. Let me see. The only reason why I say it's impossible for YoungBoy to lose that is because I think YoungBoy just has, like, the fans who care about this are mostly YoungBoy fans. I think Durk is trying to appeal to more casual fans, even though obviously he has a core as well. But, like, there's too many YoungBoy fans, bro. Just too many, bro. Just too many, bro. Somebody says, oh, yeah, we'll do it, but no features, just solo. I think if it's no features, just solo, I think YoungBoy wins. I think YoungBoy wins. You can't take away the feature. Yo, make a poll. All right, we got both polls going on. Look at my mods. Look at y'all. Okay, I'm monitoring. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Let me see. So wants to act. Look at the charts, man. YB's better. So I said, how is there so many YB fans when he's flopping? Well, let's be clear. So I don't think 60K is a flop, right? It only looks like a flop because YoungBoy, who we all talk about like he's a top 5 seller, because at the end of the year, he's going to be a top 5 streamer. We expect him to be doing astronomical numbers first week. He's more of a quantity type of guy. I won't say the quality isn't there, but he's a quantity type of guy. Like, the dude dropped 8 mixtapes last year. Mixtapes and albums last year. Like, bro, like, my nigga, that's kind of, if you gotta compete with a nigga who's dropping 8 mixtapes, like, what the fuck are you gonna do? You know what I mean? Oh, somebody corrected me. They say it's 7. They says Yeet outsells YB. And that's one of the things that I actually do think is interesting. I think YoungBoy could sell over 100K, but he has to stop dropping music for a while, bro. Like, bro, you have to stop, bro. You have to tell your fans, yo, don't drop for a while, disappear, and then come back like 5-6 months later, and he'll definitely sell over 100, of course. Somebody says Yeet sells more than YoungBoy. How much did Yeet sell? Yeet's first week sales. Wait, Yeet sold 31,000 first week? Man, if y'all niggas don't stop, bro. Yeet sold 31,000, my nigga. I'm sorry. YoungBoy's not selling Yeet, bro. Yeet fans are TikTokers? Nah. Hey, I personally believe that YoungBoy uses music like how vloggers use YouTube. And this is why, I just personally believe, again, I'm pretty sure Lil Durk or, I don't think he get Lil Baby money. Lil Baby money's different. Lil Baby money is different. Somebody said Yeet new album sold 70K. Yeah, didn't his new album? Yeah, let me see. Oh, this was 2022. When did he drop recently? Yeet last album. What's it called? It's called Afterlife. Yeah. Yeet Afterlife first week sales. Oh yeah. He sold 54K. He sold 54K. Y'all think Yeet is more lit than Youngboy? No, right? He is lit though. Anyway, all right, we're gonna come back to this Youngboy shit. Yo, let me get into this real quick. So, if you guys don't know, I keep saying, man, this whole snitching thing is getting out of hand a little bit. But everybody's going around trying to find the next snitch. Who's the next snitch? What's going on? This and third. They've came up with a new name, and they're saying that the owner of QC, which is the company and the label that has signed Lil Yachty, the Migos, and Lil Baby, they say he's a snitch. Now, let me tell you what I know about P. Me and P, we have a pretty decent relationship. I want to get him on my podcast. I think he's a very smart and brilliant person. I think he's completely revolutionized the game of being an executive, where you can't just be an executive just sitting in your little posh office in the hills of LA or just in New York. You kind of have to be relatable, and you got to be kind of a bridge that connects people with the environment that their music when it connects. Like, so what I've always heard about P is that, you know, P, before music, he was a street nigga. So he has a certain type of respect. And what I mean by a street nigga, I don't necessarily know what that means when it comes to P, but that's what everybody says. He's a street nigga. He's a nigga that people respected in the streets. Okay? Anyway, it came out now that they're saying that P cooperated. I saw it on a few sites. I talked to a few people. This is what the word was. The word was, yo, I'm going to be honest with y'all. Everybody in Atlanta heard and knew about this already. However, P is very now obviously influential and powerful. And, you know, people have just looked beyond it in a sense, right? However, somehow documentation came out and some page called News Made It, which apparently is, if you like, you guys got to go to this page right here. News Made It. And apparently they're like telling you who the hell is snitching this and third. So they put a P on this page and they had some type of paperwork with highlights on it. People were like, oh, whatever. But it was interesting because I didn't know too much about it. I was watching the comments. And the comments was very interesting. You're going to see a lot of people say, you know, fuck this, long live whatever. And you get to realize this is a real situation. So this is a real situation that actually did happen. Right? Here's also, I don't know who the guy Stunner is, but you see on the bottom of this thing, it says, P put the police on Stunner at Lennox. So clearly the people who are within this community, because this is a local page, everybody's saying, long live Stunner. Long live Stunner. Look, long live Stunner. You hear people jumping in 4 days ago. Yo, this ain't nothing alleged. It's real. Whatever the case is. Right? Now, I don't know about the politics and what's been going on in Atlanta. So I kind of looked at it and I said, yo, I'm glad that I'm not in this realm, because you know who's gonna have to look at this and kind of tell us really what's going on? Because as much as, yeah, I'm media, but I'm not going to be the person like, I'm stamping it. This guy's a snitch. Like, you don't want to hear that from academics. But there's a person who does that. And it's the guy named 1090 Jake. So 1090 Jake actually did a whole video on it, and we're going to watch it. By the way, Boom or Fax, if you're around, could you please see if you could reach out to 1090 Jake and try to get him on the Discord? I would love to talk to him after this, because I do understand that, you know, after he dropped his video, there was some other stuff that happened. But let's watch the video, all right?
On him, man, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of EOS. It's 1090 Jake, and I'm rocking with y'all, and y'all rocking with me. And for this video, we're going to be speaking on P from the QC Music label, the CEO of the music label, snitching on a man and getting him a 20-year prison sentence. May 27th, 2010. It was 8:45 p.m. when an off-duty officer working at the Lenox Mall in Atlanta advised over the radio he was with a man who stated a black man named Keon was leaving the mall in a brown tinted 4-door and that Keon was wanted for murder. 2 additional officers responded to the area, locating a brown Oldsmobile matching the description given. The vehicle was pulled over with 2 men and a woman inside, with the front passenger being identified as Interior's Keon McClinton, who officers confirmed had a murder warrant out of Fulton County. An investigator arrived at the mall where the call originated and met with Pierre Thomas, who's more commonly known as P, the CEO of Quality Control Music. P stated to the investigator he was at the mall when he recognized the man he knew as Keon. P told the investigator Keon was the same man who previously shot him and killed his friend, which led to the warrant for murder. P would continue by telling the investigator he confronted Keon, even chasing him to his vehicle where Keon grabbed a handgun. That's when P would run for the mall as Keon chased behind him saying, "I'm gonna kill you." P would state he was in fear for his life, hid in the mall, and came back out to see Keon was leaving the area. P would also provide a written statement. According to the written statement, Pierre listed himself as a victim or witness and wrote, "I confronted him about murder and chased him to the car. He got a pistol and chased me in the mall, threatening to kill me." The officer would write, "How do you know the subject?" And P would answer, "He shot me and killed my friend." The officer then asked, "What type of gun was it?" And P answered, "A black handgun." On a second piece of paper, the officer would ask, "Did he make any comments?" And P would write, "I'm gonna kill you." The officer then wrote, "Did you fear for your life?" And P answered, "Yes." Pierre Thomas would sign both pieces of paper along with the witnessing officer who received the statement. Keon would be read his Miranda rights before saying he was at the mall when a man with a red hat approached him, repeatedly asking if he knew him and saying he knew who he was. Keon said the man's friends began to surround him when he took off running to the car. Reaching the car, he pointed his finger at the man with the hat who was now leaving the scene. Keon denied having a firearm or pointing one at anyone. The vehicle would be impounded and no weapon would be recovered, but Keon would be charged with aggravated assault anyways and taken to jail to also face the murder warrant. 8 days later, Keon would be indicted on charges of aggravated assault and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony for allegedly pointing a handgun and threatening Pierre Thomas. Within the witness list, P would be the only civilian listed, and his statement would be the only evidence against Keon. Incarcerated for roughly 3 months, Keon would be indicted on 7 new charges. The state would allege that on December 8th, 2009, Pierre Thomas, or P, went over to an apartment complex belonging to Karan Dennis. P had intended on playing Xbox and betting on a basketball game within the apartment that was said to be a marijuana trap house. While at the apartment, a man that evidence later identified as Keon arrived looking for the apartment owner Karan, who was outside walking the dog. P told Keon to come back a little later. Karan would make his way back to the apartment, and not long after, Keon would arrive looking to buy marijuana. When Karan went to get it, Keon was said to have opened fire, shooting Karan multiple times before firing at P. P would run for the sliding glass door, making his way 2 apartments over, where he told the tenant he'd been shot and to call the police. Karan would die from his injuries, and investigators would determine it to be a murder robbery. Through the course of the investigation, police interviewed P, the surviving victim. P provided them with a description stating the suspect was approximately 6 feet tall, 200 pounds with a mohawk, and a possible tattoo on his face. Time would go by since the day of the shooting, and P would occasionally relay information to the police about stuff that he had heard on the street, identifying Keon, a suspect, or who he heard might have been responsible for killing his friend. He provided some info to the police and they were able to put a person into a photo lineup, but P did not make an identification. A few more months went by and P provided information to the police that he had heard that the suspect goes by the name Stunner and he'd previously been shot in a club. Looking into the nickname, police were able to identify Keon as having used that nickname and having been a shooting victim. 5 months had now passed since P had been shot, and with a new photo lineup presented, P was able to positively identify Keon, or Stunner, as the man who shot him and killed his friend. Police believed it was apparent P had seen a photograph of Stunner prior to viewing the lineup. Because of the positive identification, the warrant for murder went out, and 3 weeks after, P would confront Stunner in the mall before running for his life. Stunner would write a letter to the judge and call out P for his lies that led to his incarceration. He'd introduce himself and say, "I have been incarcerated for approximately 6 months under false pretenses." The accusee, Mr. Pierre Thomas, has made false accusations such as claiming that I shot at him and supposedly killed his friend. Fearing that I would retaliate and seek vengeance for him shooting me 4 times on April 30th of 2010, Pierre Thomas went down to the police department and took a warrant out on me. So in a surprising turn of events, Stunner was now claiming P previously shot him, or knows who shot him, and because P thought Stunner was gonna retaliate, P went to the police and snitched on Stunner. March 16th, 2012. Stunner would be re-indicted, now facing a total of 10 charges including murder, 2 felony murders, and 2 aggravated assaults. All charges would stem from the 2 incidents involving P, the initial shooting at the apartment, and the mall confrontation. 4 days later, Stunner would be ready to face sentencing. According to the guilty plea transcripts, a then 30-year-old Stunner stood in front of a judge as she explained he was charged with 10 counts, but the state had agreed to dismiss 6 of them. He pled guilty to aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, aggravated assault, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. The state would go over the 2 cases and 2 witnesses, Karan Dennis and Pierre Thomas. The judge would receive the details of the shooting, the cooperation of Pierre Thomas, and how Stunner was able to be identified solely by Pierre Thomas's voluntary cooperation by steadily supplying investigators with tips as the months progressed. Pierre would confront Stunner in a mall before running for his life and immediately sought the police as he told them of the murder warrant he helped secure against Stunner.
Man, I fell down to my knees when the law came.
This arrest would place new charges on Stunner where yet again, Pierre Thomas was the only witness and his statement was the main piece of evidence linking Stunner to any crime. Pierre would be notified by the prosecutors of the negotiations that had been agreed to, and Stunner would be sentenced to 20 years in state prison, with 10 to serve and the remainder to be served on probation. Only a year after Stunner's sentencing, Pierre Thomas, who we all now know as P, would co-found Quality Control Music, becoming the CEO of one of Atlanta's rising music labels. With a superstar roster like the Migos, Lil Yachty, Lil Baby, and many more, P's power, wealth, and fame would also be on the rise, with only those close to the city knowing what took place before his career took off. Given credit for the 2 years spent in jail, it wouldn't be until May of 2019 when Stunner was approved for parole. Stunner's oldest child was 9 years old when he went away, and 10 years later, the two had plenty to catch up on, but unfortunately, their time together would be cut short.
Shortly after 8 o'clock this morning, officers respond to a person shot. When they arrived, they located one black male in his late 30s deceased from several gunshot wounds. They were able to locate certain items of evidence, including some shell casings. Right now we're canvassing the neighborhood, trying to find any witnesses or any video footage of what happened. We've been speaking with some neighbors who did call 911 after reporting hearing gunshots. At this time, we're still trying to determine a motive or who the suspects are. But at this time, we do believe that it was a targeted shooting based on witness accounts.
Stunner was pronounced dead after being shot multiple times in what police determined was a targeted shooting. The last court document in this case would be a petition to terminate probation, with the reason being his death certificate. Stunner only lasted 7 months in the free world, and with the details of this case being publicly available for over a decade, it's hard to imagine why now in 2023, it's making its way around the internet as if nobody knew. And after this video, there will be little to no room for debate, as we all can now see P snitched on Stunner. Now this paperwork, it's clear cut in 2 different ways. The paperwork that hit the internet was fuzzy, looked a little funny. The paperwork I got is clear as day. This is 4K paperwork. But it's clear cut in the sense that it's publicly available, anybody can get it, and he clearly fucking told. He cooperated in the mall saying, oh, this man's over here and he got a warrant for murder. But not only that, he cooperated and helped secure the warrant for the murder. Now you could say the initial description he gave was throwed, and it was. That was the reason the murder was dropped, was because of the initial description. But at the end of the day, it also states that P stayed in contact with investigators, letting them know whatever he heard on the street. So P was tapping into the streets, hearing this, that, and the third, and then relaying that same information to the homicide investigators. Aside from a grainy picture that the surveillance cameras at the mall got of Stunner with something in his hand that might have resembled a gun, P was the only evidence of the aggravated assault at the mall and of the murder and attempted murder. It's clear cut. P from QC snitched. And I talked to somebody, they said, oh, this is about to break the internet. I don't think it will, for 2 reasons. For one, it seems like everybody in Atlanta already knew this, whether they're speaking out about it or not. For 2, the question will be, was he in the streets? So we're just gonna have to wait and see how everything plays out. But as far as the paperwork goes, it don't look good, it never will look good, and he definitely told. But let me know y'all thoughts and comments in the comments section. It's 1090 Jake. I'm rocking with y'all, y'all rocking with me. Till next time.
Alright, people, let me tell you this. By the way, interesting enough, I remember one time I was gonna go live with 6ix9ine one point, and he had a list of niggas who snitched in the game. And half of those situations I didn't know about. I think he had P name on it. I was like, whoa, nigga, I'm not standing next to you when you said that shit. If you don't know, P's it's one of the really powerful niggas in the music industry. By the way, my official thoughts on all this. Good job, P. The fuck? Hey, listen, this is why I be looking at everybody claiming gangster, and I'll be like, you sure you're still gangster? Bro, somebody kills your mans and like he's chasing you down with a gun in the mall later on and you can't get help. It's not like we ain't hear no story of P shooting the nigga back. We ain't hear of no story of P trying to kill the nigga. Sound like P was getting bullied. I'm sorry. Call the cops. I'm sorry to tell you, man. I thought P did a great thing. Your mans get killed, you owe it to that nigga's mama. Call the cops, man. You a victim in the crime. You need to go provide all the information you can about that motherfucker. And to keep it real, 20 years was too light because he got parole after 10. That boy should have got a life imprisonment. You ain't do a motherfucking thing wrong, okay? Somebody said, oh, P shot him? Nah. Somebody said, no, P shot him. He clearly... Nah, the nigga he was lie snitching. You know lie snitching when a nigga snitch on you, so now you gotta lie about what he did to you? Be like, yo, they said you robbed him. Nah, I ain't rob him. Well, he robbed me first. So he did the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, nah, he lie snitch. He lie snitching, bro. Somebody said in his letter, they said P shot him 4 times. Nah, well, see? That's what yo, my whole disposition to this whole thing is this. I feel bad for all you gangster niggas. I keep saying 90% of rappers are going to be proven as snitches because y'all have no type of leeway and no one wants to make it clear. If me and you don't bang with each other and we didn't do a crime together, if the police get involved and I could help my situation by telling on you, who I hate anyway, and if I saw you, I would shoot you, I'm going to tell on you. That's how it works. It's self-preservation. People act like, only in hip-hop they act like being a street nigga is like some type of like superhero. Like a street nigga, like, oh, he's a street nigga. He has a cape on now. He's like Superman, super street Negro. He's not going to tell. No, everybody is in this for self-preservation. You get what I mean? So obviously this started when people acted like snitching was just a taboo thing. And they obviously 6ix9ine did it against his own people. But they just like, oh, we don't fuck with snitches. By the way, have you noticed Meek Mill, who was like the forefront of let's root out the snitches, has not said nothing about a snitch since then. He's been cooling with white billionaires. Don't care no more, right? You get what I mean? You know why? Because now everybody's getting rooted out. He ain't got nothing to say about Gunna. He deleted his tweet. That's how it is. P, again, I don't know. Like, obviously, I hear that he was a street dude. I'm sorry. I could only see this from my perspective. Somebody kill your mans. You told on him. I'm not calling you a snitch. Sorry. Well, the streets are going to call him a snitch. But also, here's the thing, too. And this is what I'm trying to say. The whole snitching shit is dumb. Because it matters who the snitch is. Because P right now is the gateway for most Atlanta artists into the industry. Do you think they're going to treat him like a quote-unquote snitch? No. They're not going to treat him like Gunna. Everybody wants to sign to QC. He's got $300 million. They're getting backed by some heavy corporations, some heavy financiers. You think they're going to be like, oh, no, you're a snitch? So that's why I always say this snitching shit is the dumbest shit, period. And I'm glad it's 1090J dealing with this bullshit because I don't give a fuck about this. I'm cool with P. I'm going to be cool with him afterwards. You know what I mean? First of all, I wouldn't be doing a crime with nobody anyway. But you get to realize now people are picking and choosing. The most great, the most historic thing, and I'm going to play it in a second, Wack 100, who's the master of objectiveness. Oh, we got the paperwork. We got to work. We got to work. We got to work. P, trust me, nobody in the music industry will go against P. Facts. You know what Wack says about this whole thing? He ain't snitch. Of course. Of course. So now I just want people to accept the truth of everything you're saying. Y'all really don't care. Y'all only want to call out the snitches you don't like. That's why 6ix9ine was the perfect snitch. We all don't like him, and he snitched. But if you're, it's like, remember 6ix9ine flipped it on Meek. Well, if you don't like snitches, yeah, fine, I snitch. You don't like me. But what about Desiree Perez? Let's not talk about that no more. Now we good. Do you see this? Anyway, P didn't respond. And when P responded, he said this, okay? Put out a lengthy statement, and you tell me what you get from this. It says, I see that 300 million got all them hating ass niggas mad back home. Anybody know me, know my character. Our culture is so fucked up that it's sad that living in this imaginary street, y'all living in this imaginary street dream. I agree with that. I'm changing lives and changing my family curse. I don't got no love for no nigga that try to kill me or kill mine. I also agree with that. I ain't in the streets. You hear what he says. Never wanted to be. I played the hand I was dealt, and I made something out of it. Y'all bum-ass niggas should do the same. Stop glorifying dumb shit. Rest in peace to my dog Q, an innocent man with 5 kids who lost his life to a bum-ass nigga who didn't value his own. I'm a goat. Don't ever confuse me with a rat. Now take that fraudulent incident report and stick it up your ass. I love my freedom, so stop playing with it. Peace. Essentially, he said, of course I told on that motherfucker. I never really was like a street nigga like that. I was just kind of like, again, he's pretty much admitting it, right? But he's also saying this shit is dumb. But obviously he's $300 million up. And in hindsight, he could see that was dumb. So of course he's saying all these things. But some people would say, well, that's hypocritical because you were living by quote unquote the code of the streets at a point. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I've always just said, this witch hunt for snitches is going to make every rapper look like a snitch. And I'm wondering when rappers are going to start saying, you know what? But they can't. They can't ever come out and say, you know what? We're going to stop focusing on this snitch shit. I don't give a fuck if a nigga snitch if he wasn't riding with me on my team or he wasn't from my city or shit. He not on paperwork with telling on me. Because everybody's acting like they care about snitching, but nobody don't. Selective politic. And if somebody powerful enough, he ain't snitch. If somebody is can help you out or whatever. And also, here's the thing about this. From what I've heard, again, I don't look at P as a snitch at all. But from what I've heard, everybody in Atlanta knew about this. So how did everybody in Atlanta know about this? And then it's only coming out now. So it's impossible for y'all to get me to believe that people care about snitching when everybody in Atlanta knew about this. And again, I don't call it snitching because he's fucking telling on somebody who killed his man. Come do some dumb shit to me. I will get your ass 100 years. Gladfully. You do something to my friend? 100 years, nigga. I give a testimony of a lifetime, nigga. But I ain't in the street, so I get a pass. Ha, 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 ha. Yo, being a street nigga sucks. Yeah, being a street nigga sucks, man. Remember them niggas who try to run in my crib? Them niggas locked up. I've been hitting up the cops to see, like, yo, when is it time to testify? They're like, we don't even need you. We got all the surveillance. We don't even, like, you're just a victim. Like, we don't even need you. I'm like, you sure y'all want to hear me? So, well, you could write an impact statement. I'm like, fuck. It's like you never confronted them. I'm like, damn. Fuck. Tell you, man. I'm on their ass. I said 100 years. 100 years. 100. Civilian, man. 100 years, gang. I got some extra shit to say, too. I'm going to be crying at y'all sentences. Oh, my God. My life was ruined. Oh, my God. I can't sleep in peace. 100 years. Yeah. Fuck them. Any nigga who try to cause harm or damage to you, fuck them niggas, man. I ain't got time for that. All right. Let's keep it going. Anyway, it was interesting because, of course, my man 1090 Jake somehow ended up on Clubhouse. Like, 1090 Jake, who baited you into this? 1090 Jake, Whack 100, Clubhouse. And apparently they had a whole conversation. Let me see if I could get... I think it's today. Is it this?
Are we gonna talk about your ratting? If we can talk about your mother rat, you look. Don't come in here and talk about no man. Oh
no. Y'all editing out curse words. I want the real shit. Is this it? Here we go.
What up, YouTube, Clubhouse TV? God. Let's get to it. Don't forget.
Shout out, because I was gonna give him one too, nigga. Clubhouse TV running around. Hey, Clubhouse TV gonna take y'all niggas spot. I'm gonna tell you that right now. That's
God, hurry up.
It's easy. It's nothing.
Hey, whoever this YouTuber is, bro, like, no disrespect to you. I'm giving you tips because I did YouTube and I was trying to make a name. Nobody wants to hear you and hear the bullshit you got going on for a minute. Cut the intro quick. Give yourself a shout out to subscribe. All in 10 to 15 seconds. If I got to skip a minute into a video to hear the shit I want to hear, I'm going to just not watch your channel no more. 15 seconds max. For all upcoming YouTubers, 15 seconds max. Now, if you're giving commentary, that's different. If you're giving commentary, lead up, whatever. Or sometimes, not to really piss off the audience, put the fucking thing we want to hear first. And if people are that happy with it, they'll listen to your commentary. But don't give us playing music, all this jigaboo shit. We don't care, okay? I'm telling you how I got on. That's the reason why I say, nigga, I was trying to say my intro in like 0.8 seconds. This whole thing where I'm clicking a minute into the video and y'all still lollygagging, so waste of time. I'm telling y'all how to get on. Nobody wants a minute of you doing bullshit. Either spell the story. You see how 1090 Jake spells the story out? Spell it out like that. Stop giving yourself 20 shout-outs. Niggas gonna sub or not sub. Give us the story. I'm telling you this right now because I'm sick of it. That's why y'all not getting big. Yo, hey, you're tuned in once again. Remember when you tuned in last time, even though I won't tell you what you tuned in about, but I got to shout out to y'all, man. We're doing great over here. It's my name. My name is my name. You guys got to hit that follow button. Make sure you subscribe. We love Clubhouse. This is also what's going on. Listen, we're saying a lot about or nothing, but I'm not going to play what you came here for till a minute into this goddamn video. I just want you to just sit here and soak up my voice. Nigga, get the fuck on out of here, nigga. Let's get straight to the shit. I'm telling all y'all YouTubers, man, cut this shit out. I'm telling y'all. This is only if y'all want to get big. If y'all just want to keep being like, bro, like 10,000 subs is nothing. So if that's what y'all want to keep doing, go. But get to the shit immediately. Trust me.
And go get it. And I know that personally. But as far as like what made you want to start getting into this line of work? Exposing you got told on?
It was not, that ain't had nothing to do with it. It was accidental. YouTube was accidental, bro. I never wanted to be a YouTuber. I never thought about being.
Somebody said Ghost be talking for 3 minutes. Ghost is different. You can't be Ghost. You don't start off being Ghost. Ghost is giving niggas a reason to listen to 3 minutes of him talking. I've given niggas a reason to listen to 3 or 5 minutes of me talking. You as a new YouTuber, what you need to do is piggyback off the fact that they're clicking on your video, not for you, but for the content. They click to watch the content, give them the content, and try to be spicy, whatever. Give them additional reason to listen to your take. Okay? This dude, Getty Radio, I think he does a decent job. He'll kind of interject here or there, but get to the content. We don't want to hear about how your channel is growing. Like, nobody clicks on the thing like, hey, thank y'all for watching. We've been growing so much. Shut the fuck up. Let's get to the goddamn video, man. I'm giving y'all the tips if y'all want to grow. Okay?
YouTuber. I seen somebody do an interview with the channel called Lockdown 23-1. And he was saying that he was a white blood, this and that.
Okay, let's get straight to the shit. We won't get whack. Here we go.
The ratting, bro.
Here we go.
Hey, yo, 1090. So what happened with that nigga you ratted on? What was the end result of that?
You ain't rat on nobody.
Come on, bro. We talking about for real now. Nah, for real. Like, let's talk about.
Nah, for real. What are you talking about?
That's whack.
The ratting, bro.
What ratting?
So now you gonna act like you don't know?
Nah, I'm just saying
you
acting like you know. You acting like you know because
you don't know what's going on.
Instagram, I told you to make a call because they made a
blood
call
out your mouth. Let's talk about your rat.
Exist.
I want to talk about your rat, nigga. Fuck, I want to talk about.
So what?
Cause I see you as a motherfucking modern day Klansman that's trying to tear down black people. Our business ain't your business. But let's talk about it. Let's show. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, boy. Boy, now. You the fucking boy. It's been reversed. So I'm gonna ask you about. Look, if we gonna talk about everything, your ratting come first. So let's talk about clear up your ratting. Can we?
Let me tell you this. Whack 100 is. Let me tell you this. Like, by the way, I think Whack was like upset at me a little bit off of the stuff with Rollo, which I don't care. To me, none of these niggas are rats, so I don't give a fuck. But I'll report on what people are putting out there. I guess he was saying Rollo was a rat and looked like some information that came around that said he wasn't. I will say about Whack. When Whack is on your team, Whack's on your team. So when Whack's on your team, I've never seen a nigga win an argument with Whack. Whack like that one girlfriend I've never, like, you know that one girl that you've been with and like, you can't win an argument with her. You just have like, yo, you got it, bro. I'm done. When Whack's in your corner, you can't win. I think Whack came into this conversation. He fucks with P. By the way, I'll tell you how that works. P, Birdman and them, P actually has a real close connection to Lucian Grange, who actually has Trippy, 6ix9ine, all those people. Whack works alongside those people on the executive arm. Now, I know y'all see Whack all the time running his mouth on Clubhouse, but Whack fucks with them. You feel what I'm saying? Like, yo, trust me, there's a link there. You know what I mean? Salute to my man who just got married, Elliot Grange's son, which is, Lucian Grange's son, which is Elliot Grange, got married to Sophia Richard. Like they were all in office. I remember when P came in and P's like, yo, he's buying a bunch of QC chains. That's way back in the day. Like, all these people fuck with each other. They want each other to win. And Whack is in that circle, and they know Whack gonna look out for them, and they gonna look out for Whack too. You get what I mean? For example, QC used to manage Cardi B. I'm pretty sure Blueface getting Cardi B on that Bust Down Tatiana song, $0. For anybody else, tax. You know why that probably happens? Whack is cool with Whack he's a smooth operator. But here's the thing now. What I think Whack uses Clubhouse for is straight his propaganda. I bet. Oh, you're calling my business partner a rat? By the way, another thing. Remember the whole thing that happened at BT Awards with Joe Budden and the Migos? Remember, P was super upset. I didn't know P at that time. He was super upset at Joe. Right when I get off right when I get off the flight at Newark, who calls me? Whack 100. He's like, yo. He said, yo, that's my brother P situation with the Migos. Like, what's up? Like, you rolling with this Joe Budden nigga? Because, like, we can't be having certain shit. Blow whatever. Whack been locked in with P for a while. So I'm going to be honest. I don't think Whack want to hear nothing about P and cooperating. Just to be honest. I'm just keeping a beat with y'all. So, nigga, you could play the tape. Be like, yo, oh, this is him saying it. He going to be like, fuck you, nigga. What the fuck you talking about? So that's just what it is. So 1090 Jake is on here. You see how Whack comes in aggressive? That's how Whack is. A pit bull.
Blood out your mouth. Let's talk about your rat. I want to talk about your rat, nigga. Fuck, I want to talk about.
So what?
Because I see you as a motherfucking modern day Klansman that's trying to tear down black people. Our business ain't your business. But let's talk about it. Let's show. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, boy. Boy, now. You the fucking boy. It's been reversed. So I'm gonna ask you about. Look, if we gonna talk about everything, your ratting come first. So let's talk about clear up your ratting. Can we talk about your ratting? Yes or no?
So where the paperwork?
Your allegations of ratting.
Where the paperwork?
Are we gonna talk about your ratting? If we can talk about your motherfucking rat, you little bitch. Don't come in here and talk about no black man on no platform. You little bitch. Take your motherfucking ass over there. Take your ass over there to the Ed Sullivan show. Shut your bitch ass up. Sit down while I'm talking to you, you little motherfucker. Now let's talk about your rat. Listen, you content, bitch. Welcome to Clubhouse, nigga. You don't run nothing over here. Sit down and shut the fuck up, nigga. Welcome to Hip Hop Trends, where we check these type of motherfuckers.
Oh, Whack just called me not too long ago.
Hey, bro, why you be playing the 50, bro?
Whack, I got you on live.
Nah, bro, look, no. Let's get one thing clear. Every time you hear Whack, I pick up. I don't care where I'm at, what I'm doing. Whatever act on, I'm on, right?
Whack, I do say you're a loyal guy.
No, let's keep it real, bro.
Yeah, I said so, yeah.
Okay, so why it ain't the same on the other side, bro?
But Whack, sometimes like
bro,
Whack, hold on. No, hold on. Whack.
We brothers, bro, but
Whack, hold on. Whack, hold on, Whack. No. Hear what I'm saying? Whack, if you call if I got an ex girl that is exposing me and you're calling me about that, nigga, this might not be the best time.
I'm calling you about that bitch. I don't even know that broad. I don't
you feel me? Like our ex girl, everybody know about girl issues.
Wait, hold on, act. When have I ever in life called or talked to you about a female ever?
You've never, but you did call around that time, and that time so everybody's hitting me with all type of shit.
So I'm everybody.
Not everybody, but I'm thinking.
Business, bro.
I'm thinking you try to. I'm like, yo, listen, I don't even want to.
I don't even know, bro. I don't know your woman. I ain't never met one. I don't know their names. None of that. You know that. That ain't what we do.
Okay. You know that. I'm gonna give you that benefit of the doubt. I'm gonna give the benefit. Hey, I'm reacting to this shit with 1090 Jake and the P thing.
Yeah, he's a rat. I mean, my thing about it is he's a rat.
Wait, who's a rat?
1090, he got his work on him. So
really?
My nigga, his work on him. So my thing is, right? Let's talk about your paperwork, and then we can talk about everybody's paperwork.
Yo, this nigga. Yo, let me tell you this. You know what I said to people?
It's real. And listen, it's real. Then they tell me some blood. They're like, nigga, let's talk about your shit. And then we talk about everybody's shit. I got the real work. I got the real deal, everything. So I know everything. Y'all sifting through trying to figure it out, and it's just that, this. And that's my brother.
I know that's your brother. And I said that on live.
So
I said
like this. It's like this to the world, right? I don't give a fuck what he did. So what? Whack said it. That's where I stand as a man. And this ain't the first time you seen me stand like this.
No, I know. And listen, I told people, I said, listen.
I don't give a fuck.
I said a lot of people
any nigga got a problem with P about whatever he did or didn't do, nigga, put me on his list too. So what?
I told people, I said, listen, what I do know about Wack is that y'all be just only consuming him on Clubhouse, but y'all don't really realize that he rolls in a circle of powerful people and also executives, and him and P. Like, hold on, I brought back up the whole shit. Remember the whole shit, the BT Awards? When that whole shit happened, when I get off the plane, I'm talking to Wack. I'm not talking to P. I never talked to P at that time. I'm talking to you. So it's like, that's been your brother since, that's at least like 6 years ago.
Yeah, like, that's 10, 11, 12 years.
So, no, I completely, and that's why I said, one thing about Wack, you want that nigga in your corner. Because when Wack is in your corner and Wack fucks with you, Wack is not going to go, he's not going to go left. But hold on.
It ain't going to happen.
Yo, but 1090 Jake is saying that this is a paperwork that everybody in Atlanta supposedly know.
I don't know. I'm not from Atlanta. Oh, I've never heard about this paperwork, as if I'm sure you never heard about this paperwork.
No, I never heard about it.
So, and I don't know if 1090 Jake, is he from Atlanta? I've never seen 1090 Jake in our circles, at our events. I've never seen it, dude.
He said he pulled the real paperwork from the Fulton County site. And he's like, yo.
Well, I got the work from my brother P. Every document signed, everything stamped from the courts. So ain't no P with the work. He sent it to me.
So do you think P cooperated or he snitched or whatever? I don't care either way. I love P. I think P's a great. I think he's a great businessman.
Listen, this is the thing, right? Dude did 7 years, from 12 to 19, right? Never nothing said. A live, able body. Never nothing said. He come home, however long he home. I don't know how long he was home before his demise. Never nothing said. Now, from 2012 to 2019 is the rise of QCP.
Yeah.
What usually happens during those times, if there's that type of shit going on in the city, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here go the thing, right? His family, his circle, his artists, his comrades, his brothers, we got everything. And we good what we know and what we see, whatever it may be, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So dudes like 1090 Jake, who ain't begin to really get in the bill, like I know Act, he's still in the lobby. He ain't got access up, right? Right?
Okay. Yeah,
He playing games that I don't think he understand shouldn't be played.
Yeah.
It's real shit. Because for some people, they ain't got to say nothing. They hear it and they just react, right?
Yeah.
And dude don't look like us. The nigga look like Zimmerman. That's what he look like to me.
Yo, Wack, you wildin', man. You wildin', man.
The nigga look like Zimmerman.
All right, hold on.
So what I'm saying is this. Whatever P feel, I feel. So I just hope he got plans on staying in his little living room, because some shit we just don't forget. He ain't got to respond. That man's job is continue being great, continue helping the dozens of people he helped, and keep climbing. For him to respond to a peasant would make him a peasant. So whatever nigga gonna do. Like, shit.
I'm gonna be honest. I never thought that, like I like 1090 Jake. I've followed him covering a lot of different rappers or whatever. I never thought that
nigga just put a nail in his career. You know that. It's over with.
Well,
there's too many moving parts. Too many moving parts. It's too many. He ain't gonna even know what's going on. Whether in form of a DJ, stripper, artist. He got to scan his interviews like he the DEA.
Yeah. So all right, so hold on. Yeah. So what some people might say though is like, all right, well, if he's supposed to just be objective, like I agree, P is one of the most powerful niggas in the game. That's a fact. And by the way, he's one of the most celebrated and accomplished black men in the game. We don't see black men get to the heights that he's been at. You know, obviously we have Birdman and we have a few other people who've gotten that height.
And Zimmerman is on a mission. Even you yourself read through it and skipped past it. But Zimmerman, he's trying to take Malcolm down. Zimmerman. 1090 Jake is Zimmerman. That's Zimmerman first cousin.
Wait. Do you think he's just trying to like just get rid of black men?
Exactly. I think that's his whole mission.
Okay.
Because the Black Bloods rejected him and booted him out the card, so he got a whole bandana against the whole Negro community. I don't see him reporting on the white people not one time. Did he report on them cops that killed George Floyd? I don't see him running no content but on Negroes. Adam 22 employed Negroes. He calls it, they can't say that about Adam. Adam employed him, white, black. This dude, all he talks about is Negroes because he wanted to be a Negro, got rejected by the Negro. When his canteen ran out in jail, they kicked him in the ass and sent him to the PC yard. Now he's attacking Negroes.
But hold on, though,
I say this, and I speak for the whole QC family over there. So what? Now, nigga, do what you gonna do.
So I think,
act. It's simple. So what? Do what you gonna do.
Hey, listen, I love P. By the way, I just reacted to the whole thing. I said P did the right thing. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a civilian, so if you kill my homeboy, you gotta get 100 years. I'm sorry, you gotta get 100 years.
Dude didn't go to jail for murder. All murder cases was dismissed because the one guy that was there refused to show up to court. QCP. It's in the paperwork.
He refused to show up to court?
He never showed up to court. They dismissed the murder.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Murder was dismissed. See, that's what I'm saying. You got Zimmerman over there running around with the noose. But black people, the trees is in our yard. You letting Zimmerman try to string a brother up on our trees, my nigga. The murder case was dismissed. The man did 7 years and came home on possession of a firearm and assault or something with the gun. He chased the nigga through a mall in front of 80 people waving a gun. It's a bunch of witnesses. He got caught on Lenox Road. That's right by the old Ritz. Count 1, 2, 3 was murder. All dismissed back in 09, 010. He didn't go to jail till 2012. Lenox Mall.
Oh, I didn't know that.
See, this is what I'm saying, Hack. I got the work. I got everything, nigga, from the courts in order.
All right, so wait. Let me ask this, and I'm going to ask this because I want to be objective. Some people going to say, well, Wack, you also put people who cooperated on Front Street. Well, 1090J just doing the same thing. Like, why can't he do it?
Bro, listen, I will respect it when he shows some Caucasian cooperants, some Caucasian people that abuse our people, some of them. When he showed me that, then I'm going to respect it. But as long as he's on the mission attacking black folks, I ain't going to respect it, bro. I'm sorry. I'm black. I don't discuss his people, wherever the fuck they are. Actually, I defended Adam. Facts.
Well, I think he's blood. He's like he's in hip.
That
like,
nigga ain't no blood. That nigga is Zimmerman, a.k.a. Porky Pig, a.k.a. Redneck, a.k.a. kicked in the ass and canteen cook. He's not no blood.
I think the 1090 is like a blood thing. I don't know. But wait, hold on. So, number one, I personally don't think. Number one, I look at P as an executive, man. Like I've always thought in my mind and said, yo, P is a unique executive, just like you. because a lot of your fundamentals and your foundation come from being in the streets and coming from that environment. We know a lot of executives who literally just got gifted the job.
What you mean? Nah, you can't say that.
No,
because what no studios and what no fucking producers and what no motherfucking streaming platforms and the projects, bro. That's in the bills, bro.
No. Well, I guess why I say that with P is like a lot of executives we see, they don't really come from the environment that a rapper would rap about. They come from being close to it, but like it's rare you have somebody who actually from that environment that make it into an executive chair. They usually make them at max. Them niggas at max. There's not many P's running around here. Like P making the Billboard,
bro.
P making that Billboard power list.
Slow down. We ain't gonna do that. Come on, bro. You're not finna minimize the success of the brothers that then came out of the trenches. Birdman still standing.
I mentioned Birdman before. I said Birdman's one of the. Top
Dog still standing.
Top Dog's one of them too. But again,
that nigga from Nicholson going Bonnie on the watch.
I agree. And those are one of the. That's what I'm saying. That's why they're special because
we're all standing and legal.
Yeah. No. I'm not saying niggas came from illegal backgrounds. I'm saying that.
No, but I'm saying though, what you mean, like
these. It's special when you have a Birdman, when you have a P and a Top Dog because they're actually it's rare you see the ownership and executives look like the people that come from. Usually they have the rappers that come from a certain background, but the executives don't. So when you have the executives like P, and I've talked to P.
What do you mean, bro? Master P, Birdman, Suge Knight.
That's still a handful. That's still a handful. That's I don't want to call out. I don't want to call out white executives, but you know there's a lot more of them.
Wait, bro. 90% of the indie labels are black owned.
Well, you're saying indie. Let's look at all the people.
Is indie. No Limit is indie. Cash Money is indie. QC is indie.
Yeah, but now QC has some type of market share.
Bro, come on, bro. That sale just happened.
If we look at the people who have ran, Interscopes,
that sale just happened.
No, I know, but hold on. Think about Interscope.
Interscope was an indie.
Okay, but think about it.
What P did, right? What P did, Interscope did first. When Jimmy Iovine sold Interscope
you're right.
to UMG.
But Jimmy Iovine not black. That's what I'm trying to say.
But what I'm saying, but I just named 6 or 7 indie labels.
And you're naming
indie labels.
You're naming all of the indie labels. What P just did, Lear Cohen just did on the sneak, and he's over at YouTube. What I'm saying is that usually we don't see people with the faces like you and me.
Lear Cohen and YouTube has nothing to do with what he did with 300, and that's Kevin Loud, and we gonna get credit for that too, because that's a black man.
Lear Cohen, no. You know this. Lear Cohen owns the majority. 300 Entertainment.
It doesn't matter. You're not.
We gonna give Kevin Liles the credit.
Kevin Liles, bro.
Yeah, we gonna give Kevin Liles his credit. But what I'm trying to say is that
black man, bro, get the fuck out of here. Come on.
So Wack, you're trying to tell me that
who ran 300? Let me ask you a question. Who ran that label, bro? Keep it 100. Leor's at YouTube. Who ran 300?
While he's at YouTube, Kevin Liles. Before, Leor. Facts.
Bro, listen. He was only there for a short time. He branched off, went over there. Kevin ran that.
Yo, Wack, I don't even know why. I feel like we're arguing the same point. My only point is this. Are you trying to tell me that the majority of executives? Are you trying to tell me the majority of executives in the game been black?
See, there you go spitting. I said the majority of the indie labels are black owned. That shit don't work with me. You know my IQ is up.
Yeah, okay, but for the it's not until now where most of these bigger labels have to partner with the indie labels. Like for example, how you had
they've been partnering. Cash Money partnered in the early 90s.
Okay, that's a rarity.
No Limit partnered in the early 90s.
Hold on, that's a rarity. Yo, these indie again. I'm just talking about the bigger picture in terms of who these owners and executives are. Like, for example, when you get these people
The
who
majors are owned by those people. The indies who bring the talent, majority of them are owned by black people, bro.
Yeah, but
so
no, you're right. No, you're right. But still, the majority of the market share of the hot artists wasn't coming from.
Bro, we're not going, bro. Listen. We talking about who the artists are signed to. You understand what I'm saying? Kendrick Lamar was not signed to Interscope. He was signed to TDE when he was over there. You understand what I'm saying?
Signed to TDE who got a contract with Interscope. You're right.
Okay? Same shit. Tupac wasn't signed to fucking Interscope. He was signed to Death Row.
Yeah, hold on. But we're talking past each other because I'm saluting P because the level that P got to, he's in rarefied air, just like how, I won't compare him.
Let's not forget about 1017, Gucci Mane.
No, I know. I'm not comparing him to Birdman, but at least, he went very high and far.
He on his way.
Yeah, no, of course. That's the only thing I was saying in the sense
why
of.
Why you saying went? Like his shit is over.
No, I ain't say that. I'm trying to say I appreciate a nigga like that because I do know if you, like me personally, this is my personal belief. I believe what P did, I think Yo Gotti looks at and Yo Gotti wants to do. And I think he is doing it.
Gotti there too. Gotti on the move too.
Yeah, he's doing it too.
So, but you see, all the indie labels you're naming are owned by black people.
Okay, no, I get it. But what I'm saying is that this is why you have to appreciate, and that's why I appreciate a nigga like P. I don't care about even if it came back and it was like, oh, I don't care. I wouldn't care. I'm not no street nigga.
Right? QC got his big boost. Hannah Montana. What's that? 2013?
Yeah.
2014? Okay, right. That dude, that gentleman, had already been in jail for a year or two, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. The murder case was dropped 2009, 2010, something like that. Whatever happened at the mall, he catch the gun case 2012. Right?
Yeah.
Nothing that went on in the streets is accredited to the rise of QC.
Okay. All right.
Because his rise came after the fact. His rise came when a nigga said, just like Lil Baby did it, I'm done with the street game. I'm going to go try to do an illegal game.
Hey, so let me ask you this question, though. Do you feel like, I feel like you're making it personal when attacking Jake, though. You know what I mean?
No, it ain't personal. Oh, wait. Listen. Damn right it's personal. That's my brother. I feel what he feel.
Okay.
Right or wrong. It's a go. And P can't stop me.
So wait, you don't see
right, it's personal.
You don't see any good in what 1090 Jake does?
You know what it means? You know what it means to call my daughter and say, baby girl, send me your college tuition thing so I can get over there? And she say, oh, Uncle P took care of that a week ago.
Okay.
Right?
This is much different. I get it.
I don't give a fuck what you talking about, nigga.
If it wasn't P though, do you understand at least and kind of see?
What you mean, bro? Listen, I'm gonna be real. I looked at it. If a nigga give a wrong description, and the wrong description, I can send that to your phone right now. The wrong description leads to the dismissal of the murder case. I don't know where y'all come from. I know the game. Because we don't want a nigga behind the walls.
Oh, shit, okay.
Now, dude ran into some bad luck. I read it. He got hit, shot 4-5 times, some crazy shit. Between them years. Shit happened. We in the streets. But, when it says the wrong description led to the dismissal, I don't know, bro. Actually, here you go, Act.
So wait, do you think 1090 Jake just got it wrong then?
Bro, it's crazy. Rollo sat there and admitted to telling, apologized to his homie. He said he didn't tell. And then, yo, Act, read that little, what did it say?
Well, you said something? Let me see.
What did it say what I just sent you?
Let me see what's going on. Hold on.
See, my thing is, put it out there in its entirety.
Okay, here we go. It says they were able to stop the defendant who was a passenger in the car, same make and model. They stopped him. They determined that he did have a murder warrant, but they did not recover a gun, and he was taken into custody, and that's where we stand today. Part of the reason for the reduction, of course, is that the main evidence that ties the defendant to the scene is the identification of Pierre Thomas, who gave a description of the defendant that there would be some discrepancies or inconsistencies. So,
okay. Come on, man. Listen, bro. We ain't got to prove nothing damn nigga about how a nigga move. If whoever don't like it, y'all get to it. If y'all gonna talk about it, continue your conversation. But if you're gonna read it in its entirety. Don't you find it quite odd that your boy Zimmerman, a.k.a. 1090 Jake, never brought none of this up? This is why, you know what I'm saying? See, you act, if you got it, you're gonna go through it. You're gonna be like, right here, this is fucked up. Oh, no, right here looks like this. But right here, no. Right. But right here, it looks like he tried. That's what act gonna do. I've seen you do it 100 times. This nigga, he know how to read the first two paragraphs, and all of a sudden, his vision is blurred the next ones.
Yeah, I don't know. He definitely has a trust of the people. So like, I'm gonna be honest. Whatever he said, I was just kind of going.
Has he read that? Has he read that to you?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
All right. That's Zimmerman's first cousin, my nigga. We know what he's trying to do.
Wait, now some people in the chat do say. Some people say he did say that though. He said that he didn't describe him the best, but he said something about a lineup, like P pointed somebody out in a lineup or something.
The wrong person.
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know.
But at the end of the day, I'm gonna be real, Act. Let's get back to what we know. Act. Them people up at Spotify, you got them contracts with.
Mm-hmm.
They give a fuck about that shit?
Oh hell no! Like I'm gonna be honest.
You think them people that give a fuck? You know what that means? You're a great guy.
Yeah. No, of course. Hey, let me tell you this. I knew it was I seen P at I can't remember. It was a boxing event, and I remember Baby and them were performing. And P told me, and this is why I know he was on another level. He said, all my deals I do with Lucian at his house over dinner. He said that's how we do deals.
That's facts.
He said that's how we do deals.
Though, right?
He said I know. He said we're on a first name basis. That's how it goes.
Act, let me tell you where to get weird at though, right? I didn't see 1090 Jake reading the paperwork on that hood nigga that run around with Chris Brown.
Wait.
Why he didn't read that?
Which one?
And the two niggas is on the street, right? Who just did 9 years, living able bodies. Released all the transcripts.
Wait.
Why he didn't read that?
Which dude with Chris Brown?
The hood, the producer nigga, the fat dude with the braids. You know what I'm talking about? Always with Chris Brown. He's a producer. Producer writer.
Oh.
Little Crip dude.
Oh, not the guy who just died recently in Miami, right?
No. He ain't no Crip. That's Low. That's family. Rest in peace. He started with Ray J. I know him way back. Yeah, that's Low.
Damn.
Hold
on.
You know who Low is? You don't remember Low?
Yeah,
I'm gonna remind you who Low is. Act.
Wait.
Remember when?
Wait. You're not accusing 1090 Jake of like selective politicking now.
Definitely, I'm definitely saying if you're gonna read the work, read the work. If he's saying he ain't got that work, that shit all over. I'm the one put it out. It's everywhere. And I got the two niggas, able bodies, fresh out of jail, that'll talk about it. You know what? They've been on Clubhouse. So what I think somebody paying 1090J because he's skipping over shit, he's adding shit, he's not talking about everything. Talk about it in its entirety. Because when you talk about something in its entirety, those of us that know how to do math, we know how to do math.
Yeah.
It's the reason why the able-bodied man didn't speak out or say nothing the whole 7 years he was in prison, why P was rising to where he rose to. 2012 to 2019, did we not watch P rise?
No, that's a fact. Hey, yo, hold on. Not to get away from the P thing, because this is just like based on the stuff that I've seen and read. like the Rollo stuff, he didn't tell, right? Like they said Rollo solid.
Rollo told.
He told
when Rollo apologized to that dude. If you hear me say, "Hey, homie, I'm sorry," whatever, that I said that and put your name in that, and it wasn't supposed to, I did something wrong. You know what I'm saying? I did something wrong, bro. Like, when the nigga fuck with a nigga breed and we don't know if the paperwork is real, you know my voice. I act like, unless it's a fucking AI, motherfucker, that's me.
No.
It's real shit. So let me tell you where you remember Low from. You remember, because you were still working on that show with Joe Budden.
Yeah.
You remember when Chris Brown was doing that little signing or something up in the Bronx, and they say one of Chris Brown's entourage got sliced in the face over a jacket?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's him.
Oh, shit.
That's him.
Damn. Rest in peace to him. Goddamn.
Yeah, that's him, yeah. So, you know.
Wait.
It is what it is.
Are you sure Rollo told?
Hey, bro, I'm just going on the apology. When I heard
the paperwork I got, right? So, like, they sent it over there. And by the way, I'll be very honest. They said Rollo.
You know how I love to hear you talk to Mickey Truth. She got all the paperwork. That's where I get all my work from.
Oh, so
she got all the paperwork, detail for detail.
So Rollo supposedly authorized his lawyer to send it to me that I could post. And that's what I got.
I sent you the shit showing you we called the lawyer's office and it was Cap. But you didn't even want to talk about that.
No, it's the first time I've streamed since then.
No, I sent it to your phone, bro. You didn't look at it or listen to it.
No, I didn't listen to it. I listened to it. And I listened to it and I said,
did we not call that lawyer's office and they said,
no.
We know nothing about it?
I'm going to be honest. I think what that story is.
You recording for the people.
I think what that story is that dude who said he pulled up, because the dude came back out and said he pulled up on 21 Savage and read the paperwork for 4 hours.
You run it right now. The attorney's office that they claim stamped that, you heard we called in there. Mickey Truth called in there.
Y'all called in and they said, hey, we're going to have to call you back.
Did you listen to the second recording?
There's a second recording?
I sent you 2 of them. It's part 2 of that. See, that's what I'm saying. You should really get online with Mickey Truth, man. I'm for real, bro. I'm telling you. She good at what she do, bro. That's where I get all my work from. If we can't find it, she go get it. She's a female. She cool. Mild mannered. She cool.
Send me the second recording because the last thing I heard was, yo, hey, listen, okay, we're gonna call you back. We're gonna have
all
Mr.
you gotta
Steele.
do is look at the second one. It's right under it. Hold on, it's right under it. I sent you one, and then I sent you one in its entirety.
Hold on, let me see. Here we go. Hold on.
Hold on, let me find it.
I think, is it? Wait, maybe this is the first one. Let me see.
But you know, I don't even know fucking Rollo. I don't know that.
Right, but if you read the body of it, it's supposed to be like a.
Oh, okay, that might be the first. Let me see the second.
Yeah, I sent you a second one.
We ain't cool, and although they might not have said nothing, really, right?
No, no, I don't think I got the second one. Just send me the second one.
Let me grab it. Let me go get it from her page. All this shit I was sending you.
A lot of people say Rollo like really solidified in Atlanta, though. I'm gonna be honest.
Hey, bro, Jimmy the Bull was solidified too. What that mean? Because the nigga solidified don't mean, you know, and that goes for any of us.
Shit.
See, in order for a dude to be considered a rat, he was a dude that was once respected as something. You understand what I'm saying? So just because a nigga was solidified, that don't mean shit.
Oh shit! Oh, you know who my chat right now? My man YB in the mirror. He in my chat right now. So it's my boy YB in the mirror, man.
Which one is YB? That's the one signed to Jay Prince.
Yeah. He's a leader.
Yeah, that's nothing. I fuck with him. Cool.
Have you and Jay Prince kind of?
You always been the same with me. I ain't got nothing against you.
Have you and Jay Prince kind of hashed it out?
Hash what out?
Like, you know what I mean? Just like got on the same page.
I'm not a rapper, bro. We don't do that. That's what it is.
He's not a rapper neither. Like, but y'all are executives.
Yeah. Well, you know, I don't like motherfuckers telling me I'm lying. Did I not give you the contracts, Act? Come on, bro.
Yeah, you had the contracts.
I gave you the contracts, Act. Like, everything they said I didn't have, I gave to you. There you go. There go the full right there. Remember, we was lying. Wasn't no paperwork. All we had was book rights. Remember all that shit, Act? I gave you the contract. Here you go.
Oh, damn.
Nigga made it look like I was trying to do some swindling of the family.
Hey, listen. I heard you talking to 1090 Jake on Clubhouse.
I would just give him a Clubhouse introduction. That's it. You know, let him know. He got lined up. We lined him up. We used a nigga to drive. You already knew what that was. You know, you know what we do. You knew as soon as I popped up out of nowhere, you knew what time it was. Everybody knew what him.
Yeah,
nigga, don't come in this jungle. You don't run nothing over here. Yeah, I run Clubhouse.
I think he was trying to debate with you though. I think he feel like he got some points.
Nah. You debate. I debate with people I respect. That was what we call a humiliation, a direct disrespect. Disrespecting my brother, there ain't no debate. I debate with you. I respect you, but not him.
Yeah, but y'all both bloods.
Nah, he ain't no blood. That's Zimmerman's first cousin, man. Do the background check. 1090 Jake is Zimmerman's first cousin, man.
Damn. I think he used to like you too, man. I think like because
they don't like me. I like women. I don't like men. What are you talking about, bro? What's wrong with that nigga,
this nigga, man, oh man.
That nigga that had my name in 15 titles and never talked to me, bro.
Somebody says 527 mark. They said P identified the correct guy in the lineup. Wax not telling the truth.
What you mean? It's in the work right there. What he did and didn't do. Was the murder thrown out?
Yeah, I don't know. I never.
Was the? So you think a nigga do 7 years for a body?
That's what I was thinking. Cause I'm like, why you ain't get 100 years?
Fuck out of here, bro. Niggas is dumb as fuck, bro. Nigga didn't go to jail till 2012, bro. How in the fuck he doing time from 2009 on a murder and he chasing a nigga through the Lenox Mall in 2012, bro? Who you think this nigga is, Chaz Williams? He broke out of jail?
That's a good point.
The murder was dismissed immediately. If the mall situation wouldn't have never happened in 2012, where he ran through there waving his gun, right? He would have never put to jail. Facts.
Some people, they say in my chat, they said, "Yo, Wax, you sure you're not biased because he's like your uncle to
Hey,
your
bro,
daughter."
listen to what I'm saying, bro. Listen. I don't give a fuck what P did. So what? If you call that bias, call it bias. If you call that being a brother, call it being a brother. Just call me the older brother on Troy. How about that?
Yo, Wack, oh man, god damn, man. Yo, Wack, I always tell people, man, you a great person to have as a friend. You a great person because you know Wack gonna be Wack. Listen, Wack gonna be Wack, but Wack never gonna let them railroad you, man. You're not gonna let them railroad you.
You been being a bad friend, Act.
Huh?
You been being a bad friend.
Nah, I don't let them railroad you. Not on air with me.
Listen, when you clear, I need a date where you can clear your schedule. I need 30 minutes. I need you to review some music, and then I need to have a conversation. I've been telling you that, and I'm about ready. So,
Oh no, that's easy. That's easy.
When I don't give a fuck if it's 1 in the morning, 8 in the morning, text me what day and time, and then I'll send you over what it's going to be. Actually, I'll send it over prior to. That way when we get on the jack, we can have that conversation.
Oh, no, that's easy. That's easy.
All right. So
music shit's always easy, Wack. You know what I mean? Music shit's always easy.
No, you know why it's not easy? Because your ass is like the weather. You be on and off, motherfucker.
No,
like,
yo, Wack, you gotta realize, like I be the media, but half the time they got me in the media. I'm like, what?
That's the thing. Every dog, the sun don't shine in the same dog's ass every day. You know that.
That's true. Every dog gonna have his day.
We all gonna have our turn. You know that.
Yeah, no, of course. You know what I mean?
You know, it's those that got thick skin, they can handle it. The other ones, they get ran off.
Hey, with me, I'm like, yo, listen, I go by the Drake methodology. I'm like, all right, yo, wait your little 4 days and let everything pass.
So, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
The last time I saw you in Miami, was that the situation? Nah.
Nah.
All right. Yeah, because I was wondering if that deal went through. Yeah, so like I said, when I'm calling you, I don't give a fuck what's going on, right?
Yo, I love this nigga Wack. This nigga Wack something else, yo.
I'm old school, Wack. You know, I know all the dance, right?
Nah, yo,
I
hey.
said that because
yo, people.
I just want you to know some things, Act, unless you tell me to.
Yeah.
I will never pay attention to. You know what I'm saying?
Hey.
Because that's your thing. That ain't, you know.
Hey, by the way, yo, I seen Wack pulls up on me in Miami. Let me tell you this, man. Listen, I would just say I hope Wack don't got no problems with nobody and everybody keep it friendly with him. Because Wack's a nigga who's always ultra prepared. I'm gonna just say that. We're just gonna leave it at that one right there. I'm like, what?
I mean,
he was so prepared. I'm wondering. I'm asking this nigga Wack, like, nigga, where you think? What is the point?
Yo, man, listen, hey, bro, listen, man. The world is crazy, bro. See, you don't even gotta just worry about street shit, right? You got motherfuckers open fire in the middle of the day with AR-15s, bro, for no reason.
Nah, that's true, too.
We in dangerous times right now, bro.
Nah, that's true.
You could be in the movies, the grocery store, the schools. Bro, niggas is just on some crazy shit, so it ain't even about a street dude. It's just about dealing with the world of today.
God,
real
damn.
shit.
Nah, but Wack, listen. Hey, for anybody who ever wondered, man, Wack not coming with 2,000 security guards, but trust me, he got security. He got security.
Hey, bro, I've been out here 34 years doing what I got to do to stay whole, stay sane, and survive, bro. A lot of these dudes, they just got a mustache 8 years ago, and they think they're going to tell a motherfucking vet how to move and what they going to do. We was doing what they thought they think they was doing before they was even circulated in their daddy's scrotum sack. Some of us, we not playing. We ain't looking for no problems, Act. We just ain't running from nothing. That's it, bro.
Man, oh man.
But you know, tell Zimmerman, bro, it's part of the game. You know, with offense comes defense. You know, hey, everybody got their circle. Look, 6'9", Act. We share a circle. We share the 6'9" circle.
Yeah, no, of course. And by the way, but I think, you know, I asked this question, and I asked it to myself about, 1090J, because I'm like, yo, listen, not everybody is like Boston Richie now. I'm going to be honest with you. There's some people in this game, P's definitely one of them, where you have to be very on your point. And by the way, there's a lot of things that come with saying something about somebody like P. I'm going to be very clear. Like, P's one of those, he's a super, and by the way, here's the funny thing too. I was surprised he addressed it, because none of this affects his career. None of it.
Nah, not at all.
You know what I mean? It's like, if anything, this might be a nuisance for a day or two. Just with him, obviously he's connected to, people in communities, but other than that, like this guy's an industry titan. There's nothing.
I mean, I just seen. I'm gonna be real, bro. I seen P take pictures with the mayor. I think I seen him. They gave him the keys to Atlanta, right? They don't, respectfully, where he come from, where he at ain't where he come from. They don't get the keys to a city to a street dude. You know what I'm saying? That's just like continuing to call a pastor that used to be a pimp, and he's now the pastor of a large congregation. You gonna refer to him as pimp or pastor? Which one?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Which one? Like, he told you I used to be a pimp. You know what I'm saying?
You don't call
I'm a pastor. Been a pastor 20 years. You know, I got 4 churches. You know what I mean? I'm saving lives. So,
Shit. Hey, I think he might be getting my Discord soon. So I hear what 1090 got to say. Who knows? You know what I mean?
You talking about Zimmerman?
Yeah, 1090J. I think you fuck with him a little bit because a lot of things people like sometimes when you talk about on Clubhouse like you got to work on somebody, he gon' visually spell it out and people like, oh shit, what Wack was telling us the truth. So like I'm just saying go from page 1 to page 30. Don't skip page 8, 9, and 10. Just read in its entirety. And do what you do. If that's what you want to do. We ain't tripping. All right.
Nigga ain't gonna miss no meals. Nigga ain't gonna miss no business. His team standing with him. His family standing with him. His kids love him. He's a grandfather. His comrades love him. That's what it is.
Would you have a debate with like 1090J?
I ain't fucking with Zimmerman. The nigga killed the black man. And I ain't trying to kill another one. Some people ain't nothing to talk about. Now, face to face, I love to see him face to face. You can set that up, Act.
For like a conversation?
I mean, that's what you want to call it.
I'm good. No, I'm good.
One thing you know about me, Wack show up, Dolo.
I'm good. Hey, listen, yo, Jake. Let me tell you, Jake. I think you're realizing, man. And I said it right before I called you. I don't know if you're watching. I said P and Wack are like brothers. They go way back, and trust me, I know. I knew way back before I even know Wack like I know Wack now. I know Wack was willing to jump off a bridge for P. So, yet this is nothing surprising for me. And yeah, this is pretty much exactly how I expected it to go. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you something, Act. Let's keep it real. Have I not kept it real with you the same? You've been attacking and antagonizing my artist like a nephew to me, right?
That's my boy, though.
I let y'all do y'all dance, right?
Yeah, nah, you're right. No, you're right.
Right?
No, you're right. And by the way, that's my boy, too.
That man that's a nephew to me. I love that young man.
Hey.
Wholeheartedly.
Hey.
I let y'all do your dance, right?
That's a fact. You're right. Hey, by the way, that's my boy. I'm going to tell you why that's my boy. Like, I think we talk shit to each other really well. But, yo, you ever been not fucking with somebody, then see some funny shit that they did, and you can't help but laugh? I'm about to play this shit afterwards.
Yeah, what's real is real.
This thing is hilarious.
I'm going to tell you why you ain't keeping it real. You know you like that Hello record. You know it's catchy. You see it's growing. I'm growing like 27, 30% a day. I'm watching my numbers. And you ain't hit it yet, eh? Come on, bro.
I'm going to play it.
Out of respect to me, I should get some support.
No, hold on. No, I'm gonna be honest with you. If he catch one, I'm gonna be the dude. Like, I'll talk out both sides of my mouth. Pause. I'm gonna be like, man, I think this and this about him, but man, he got one. I say that.
Yo, Act. And by the way, I wasn't gonna let the fight happen, Act, because Blueface will whoop your ass, Act.
I'm gonna, Wack. Wait, hold on. No, hold up a minute. Yo, Wack. I'm gonna be honest.
I found it kind of odd you wanted to fight Lil Baby.
No.
You didn't want to fight him. It's a little different.
I'm gonna be honest. I was before this last fight with this dude. I was down the squabble game a little bit with Blueface. I know he got the height and shit, but I doubted it. But I watched the fight on stream and I said, maybe he got a little bit of squabbles, a little bit.
No, and look, I'm gonna be real. The crazy little nigga was only at 60%. This nigga was still going to parties and fucking to the day of the fight, tripping. If he'd have been at 100%, he'd have ran through dude crazy.
Whack. I seen the fight. You know what I said? I got to bring in the Dana White. We got to go MMA. Okay? I got to use the whole body weight on him. I got to be able to just lay on that nigga. Pause. I just got to be able to just like put my whole, if you watch an MMA fight, but it's going to be fuck weight limits and shit like that. How much he weigh?
160.
Oh, good. I'm damn near 100 more pounds than him. I'm about to, yeah.
Your ass better not be no 250 act. You got to stop. I'm going to see you this Ackline died from Dr. Sebi, bro. I done lost like 10 pounds already. You got to get low, bro. You getting too much. You got to stop, bro.
You have a diet from Dr. Sebi?
Yeah, I'm going to send it to your phone. And I seen the rep to get all the cleansing shit straight from his people. Yeah.
Like, this shit's healthy, right? Like, it's, like, legal?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Like, it cleans you. It's crazy. You know the difference? Like, hold on, my body wasn't working like this. My digestive system wasn't working like this. Damn, the bloating's gone. Yeah, bro. Real shit.
Whack, how much you weigh?
I'm down to, I was up like you. I was up to 245. I'm down to like 230 right now. I'm trying to get back to 220, 225. That's the weight when I got out of prison. I was like 225.
Oh, shit. That's
yeah,
how.
But nigga, if you down there 250, that's too heavy, bro.
Yeah, that's that catch weight you knocked out Stitches at. That's what it is. That's what it is.
That's too heavy. I'm going to tell you, though, listen. When you got to start plotting and planning, how you gonna tie that shoe? Yeah, it's time to lose that weight, nigga.
Nah, I ain't dead. Exactly. But I see what you're talking about. No, you're right. You're right.
About, like, hold on.
Yo, as black men, I think, especially with like, whether it be high cholesterol or diabetes that be running usually sometimes in black family bloodlines, we gotta make sure we keep abreast of that. You're right about it.
Real shit. You check your blood pressure? You good there?
Yeah, no, I've been good. Miraculously.
I'm gonna send it to you anyway, bro. Go get you the NutriBullet, and you on, bro. I'm gonna send it to you.
Hey. Who Blueface finna fight next, man?
Oh, we waiting on. They sent me like 3-4 offers. This shit is driven by, following. So they want him to fight somebody the total opposite of his following. That's why it's always a TikToker from over here, over there. This ain't like, fucking, Vegas fighting.
Yo,
it's driven by that to get the pay-per-view.
You know who's trying to fight? Charleston White is trying to fight Boosie.
Yeah, but they called me yesterday. They ain't got no money. They called me to get the money for the fight.
What?
Yeah, they called me yesterday. I swear to God. They have no money. Now, if you want to put it up, you can put it up. I know what Charleston number is, and I know what's going to take on the other side. But I wouldn't even put him with Boosie. That's an unfair fight. I would put him with Soulja Boy. Soulja Boy going to fight the nigga. He ain't scared to fight. And they got their issues. Boosie will beat the shit out of Charleston White.
You think so?
Yeah, he'll fuck Charleston White up. Boosie got heart, my nigga. He got heart. He ain't finna, that's a different kind of thing. I think him and Soulja Boy will be more of an even fight. You know what I'm saying? Wait. Remember Charleston got a handicap, bro. Nigga only got one eye.
Yeah, but I hear his vision's so good in that one eye, it's like it's two.
I mean, if you want to say something, that's cool. Let me stand on the side of him. Let me see if he see it coming.
Hold on. Wait. I know you've had your issues with him, and you call me. You were like, "Yo, act." Did I tell you?
I don't got no issues with dude. Look, didn't I tell you what he was trying to do? Look what he just did. He just called the police on another nigga. You seen it, right?
Did he?
He antagonized the nigga, the finesse 2 times, boy. Antagonized him. When they respond, he called the police and child services. That's what he do.
He ain't do that.
He just did it 3 days ago.
Is that
he
true?
Got on live, called the fucking police and child services on the little 10-year-old rapper and the finesse 2 times nigga. This is what he does. He fuck with you. Soon as you say something crazy or threat anything, he call the people. I just beat the nigga out his own game.
Hey, so I know you don't really fuck with him, but if they came to you and said you had to be a promoter on the fight, would you do that?
Didn't I just tell you they called me yesterday with all of that? They called some nigga named Blue. That's what you talking about, right?
No, I don't know the intricate details. All I just know is that there was
They called me yesterday if I could help promote it. Then they was lacking the funding. I can tell you the money Charleston White want all that. Dude got the pay-per-view with me. You know getting pay-per-view ain't shit. That's
so wait, you wouldn't do the promotion? You saw what?
Now, if you want to put it up, Act, I think you can hit a lick. Nick, I think Act, I know for sure you will hit a lick. For sure, you'll hit a lick. Especially what you promoted. It's gone.
Oh, shit.
It's gone. It's out of here. Today, nigga, you will make 500, 600% return. No exaggeration. Niggas is paying $29.99.
I think I agree with that, low key. I kind of agree with you.
Hell yeah, nigga, especially you. If you promote that shit, you promoting, I'm promoting, nigga, that shit goes. Everybody want to see Charleston White get in the ring. That nigga like that nigga on Bustin' Loose, bro.
Yo, this nigga, man. This nigga. Yo, and let me tell you something about Wack, man. Wack issues with a nigga. Wack know how to put aside issues and deal with business.
Bro, we know the nigga gonna get in the ring, do some silly shit to make us laugh, move his neck around, run from a nigga, throw a flurry of punches. We don't even give a fuck if Charleston White get knocked out. It's just some funny shit to see. It's a win-win for Charleston White. He leaving with a guaranteed bag. Now the other nigga bet not lose. That's why he got to get paid more. Soulja Boy be the best one fight for him. And I think Soulja Boy whoop him, but it'll be a more fair fight than him and Lil Boosie.
How much you think Soulja Boy will want to get in the ring?
I know what he want. I did a contract with him before. Remember him and Chris Brown?
Nah, but that fight was going to be huge. Nah, that fight was going to be huge.
Yeah, so I know what he want. You know what I mean? I know what it take to get, bro. His people over there, you know, that's P-Funk over there. That ain't nothing but a phone call. And he'll get in there and do it. You don't need number 4 rounds, bro. Somebody going to bed. And then one of them niggas in shape, somebody going to pass out or get knocked out, one or two.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. If life takes me into the boxing promoter scene, that would be crazy.
Yo, Act, here go to play.
I'll fund some of this shit. By the way, I know the number that Charleston want. I'll fund that. That's easy.
I know what he want, but you know it's gonna be times. You know, we're gonna have to hit that low number that we used to chase 10 years ago for nephew all day long. Cause I know what he gonna want, and it's worth that because Act. What it's going to take you to put up, you're going to make back on advertisement money before the pay-per-view even happened. You're academics, my nigga. Like, I know the structural breakdown of that. Before the fight even happened, you're going to make all that back on ad, nigga, on Red Bull and this person and this person. They coming, nigga. Shoe Palace. Tell you that right now. That ring you got, you're going to make all your money off of them 4 corners and that flow. All your money going to be back.
This nigga Wack done convinced me that I need to look into boxing promotion. God damn it,
not
man.
On top of that, Then you got your pay-per-view money, and then something that you understand, the continuance of the licensing of this fucking fight.
That's a fact.
You know how that works, so, you know.
Shit. But all right, man. Yo, Wack, listen, man, I know you got a lot of artists.
Text me what time and date. I can get 30 minutes for me to go over what I'm talking about. And it's all love.
All right, man, definitely will. Yo, Wack don't say bye. That nigga just click. Bang! Holy! Nice little Wack conversation. Took an hour out the spot. Somebody said, YB drop, dog? What YB drop? What YB drop? Let's go to YB page. By the way, chat, I just want to show y'all, you know we not hating on YB, because I know he dissed me, called me all type of names, but I'm not hating on him, you know? I try to set some shit straight, but we're not hating on him. Let me listen to this. What is this? This is the first track on the tape. It's called Bitch, Let's Do It. Yo, when you say bitch in Youngboy's voice, you gotta be like, bitch, let's do it. Like, all right, here we go. Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, yo, he did, look at this. Crazy fan base. 51,000 views in 15 minutes. Holy. 51,000 views in 15 minutes. By the way, could they have these little green flags in the fucking video? I thought he was on, like, watching by the CIA or some shit. Anyway, let's keep on. Like, this Go Hard song by Lil Baby. Yo, Lil Baby, bro, like, you gotta stop trying to make On Me. Like, the video even looks like On Me. Like, that's the thing with Lil Baby is, like, I don't think he knows when he has a new flow and when it's gonna work, because it'll work one time, but he's out of cycle while dropping music, and he'll make that same song 10 times. Like, he caught one with Whoa and made Whoa 10 times. He caught one with On Me, made On Me 10 times, even though I did like Right Now. Right Now was kind of cool. But look at this. This looks like Come and Put That Pussy. Like, they filmed it the same way. Jet skis, on the yacht, on the water. Look. I gotta skip through it because I don't want YouTube to get killed, okay? Look.
I didn't care, but I can't hold it in. And I'm not in the losing. I go hard as I can go to win. I'm back going hard again. I'm loaded in. I know they be crazy. He acting bad on the ground, but we know it's gonna happen. It happen in every occasion.
This song is just like a replica. And, you know, with all due respect, this ain't it. You know what I mean? This ain't it. This sounds like him trying to recreate one of his other hits. And, you know, it's fine. It's a good attempt. I don't like that song. I don't like this song. This Go Hard song, I like it. Like, because we got the better version of it already. Youngboy, no, not Youngboy. Lil Baby's notorious for this. We have a better version of this song. If I'm trying to see this, I'd be like, I play the Come and Put This Pussy on Me. Like, that's the better version of the song. So when I said YB makes a million of the same songs, I don't listen to, like, I know sometimes y'all hear me that I'm friends with these niggas. I don't listen to all their songs. Like, I'm not a super fan. You know what I mean? I listen to the same songs all the time. I listen to Lonely Child still to this day all the time. I listen to House Arrest Things all the time. All them new songs they be dropping, I'm probably late to catch on to them. I'm not no super fan. I like the dude. I like him. And I like his music, but I don't like every new music. Just like Lil Baby. Like, I like Lil Baby's older music. Like, the other day, 2 days ago, I'm Flyer Than Everybody. Yo, he raps crazy on that. Like, Lil Baby went crazy on that song. Like, the second verse, he goes crazy. Somebody say he don't like it. Bro, I don't care. Nigga, like, again, I'm just talking about the music. Now, if it's something where I necessarily got to hate, nigga, I hate on niggas when I want to, man. You feel me? I told you, like, Lil Baby's a retarded nigga, and I'm keeping it nice with Youngboy, but we could get there. Don't you fucking worry. You get what I mean? Keeping it nice for now, because I'm just evaluating the fakeness. I'm like, there's no way you're talking this crazy about me when you were, like, literally just cool with me, like, 2 weeks ago. But okay, fine. I'm gonna see, maybe you got to be high, drunk, or some other shit going on. Someone just, like, let it slide for a little bit. After too long, the roasting will start. Don't you worry. All right, so Lil Baby remaking his old songs. I think that's part of Lil Baby's formula, though, but he always finds one. I just feel like this wasn't the one. I literally believe that Lil Baby needs, and shit, I would blame P for this. I think Lil Baby needs somebody who could sit there, listen to his music, and be like, no, this sounds like this too much. No, let's go with this. Right now, the song I think Lil Baby needs, if he's going to try to copy his old songs, he needs a song like Close Friends. Because right now, we know what you're going to give. We're on I get it's summer, or it's about to be summer again. We're on a boat. We're turning up. BBLs everywhere. And we're super rich and jet skis. That's how you did for the last year and a half. You know what could really kind of get you back in your bag? Connect a little bit more with maybe a song that's heartfelt, like we started out as close friends. I'm not saying copy that song, but try something different, because what Lil Baby seemed to be doing is trying to just remake a club anthem and hopefully could carry him on to the next 3 months. You know what I mean? I'd rather be started out as close friends, diamond rings, whatever. Okay, I bet. Shit. Were we done? Okay, I think no. Well, we're done with that shit. Oh, we got some more shit to talk about. Google this. All right, we're done talking about YoungBoy. We talked about Dirk. We talked about all this other shit. Let's see if we can find some other shit to talk about. Spam some topics. Oh, okay. Let's get straight to it, man. My man Gilly is beefing with Joe Budden, or Joe Budden's beefing with Gilly. Same thing. Let me see if I can pull it up right here. Gilly, Joe Budden. All right. And recently, let me see if I can find it.
I know kids with Joe Budden's fan Shadow Eyes My Forms. First one he responded.
Let me see if I can find this. Actually, I posted this on my channel, actually. So, after the whole thing where Charlemagne went on $1 million worth of game, and Joe Budden kind of got at Charlemagne for inciting, beef or whatever, Joe also responded to Gilly, and I think he responded to Gilly because I think Gilly may have made some snide comment like, yo, there's niggas who got their podcast, but they don't do ads, right? So anyway, Joe Budden responded to him, and people put this on TikTok. This was a TikTok clip that went viral, okay? If you don't know, this is a usual and familiar scene for many people because they've seen Gilly get on his Instagram story or his Instagram just feed post and basically talk about whatever, and his wife at times will be laying in bed, so he does it in his room a lot. So this is what Joe says.
I turn the fuck up when I'm feeling good in here. Somebody lied, I don't want to hear none of that money talk from you niggas. Your headboard is covering a very small window in your primary bedroom. I can tell it's not like that. Stop fucking playing with me in here. Let's go. I turn the fuck up when I'm feeling good in here. Somebody lied, I don't want to hear none of that money talk from you niggas. Your headboard is covering a very small window in your primary bedroom. I can tell it's not like that. Stop fucking playing with me in here. Let's go.
Okay. Gilly hopped in the comments. This was posted on my page, if you don't know, at Academics. Gilly says, when that money slow up, you want a podcast beef, okay? I think Joe did get in the comments at a point. And I think when Joe get in the comments, I think he did say something to the effect of, hey, listen, when you talked about ads, I felt like I took that personal a little bit. So he basically said, I'm shooting a shot back at you because you shot a shot at me, okay? And with that being said, I kind of get it. It's kind of unfortunate that these guys are going back and forth a little bit, but I don't think this is a real back and forth because on their main podcast, neither are mentioning each other. Obviously, Joe previously talked about the $1 million worth of game episode with Charlemagne, but we haven't seen Gilly and Wallow give another segment or portion of their podcast in responding to Joe. Yes, they've responded in comment sections, but they're not talking about Joe on their podcast. Joe subsequently, since this came out, and since Gilly, I think Gilly had said something else. Let me see if I can figure out what Gilly said, because I think I posted that too. Yeah. He says, after the washed up rap career, in and out of rehab and all the beatings on bitches, now you want a podcast beef? A beef when you start getting some ad money. Got him. And Joe Budden responded by saying, you selling ass out here for cheap. Watch your mouth when you speak to or of me. All right? There was really no more responses of the sort. And honestly, if you're asking me what I think, Gillian Wallow's getting a lot of money. I think they're well off because of this podcast and stuff. Joe is not broke neither. I think he's well off because of it, all of his endeavors as well. I think this is jostling for a position that I don't know if they're necessarily competitors. I don't think Joe Budden's audience and Gillian Wallow's audience is the same. I think before and back in the day, maybe it was thought of it could have been the same. Because remember when Taxstone got out the game, Joe Budden kind of like, it felt like Joe, even though Joe was around before Taxstone, Joe was filling a little void for a second. And especially it felt a little bit more filled when you had Gillian Wallow, who seemed like, they're saying $1 million worth of game. Taxstone was like a hood nigga, but he would be trying to give advice and trying to give it felt like there's some little spirituality towards this podcast. So I think that's where their kind of issues got into it. They went back and forth a bunch of times. This particular event, this is a lot about nothing. Joe Budden, successful, making a lot of money. Gillian Wallow, successful, making a lot of money. Whether they disagree or they choose different in how they're going to monetize their podcast is up to them. But I don't think it needs to be something that both of these people are kind of getting at each other right now. You know what I mean? So when I said this is rich, bored ass old head beef. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. So really, and I think that's why people care about Taxstone a little bit, because Taxstone created a lane of, I think Taxstone brought the hood niggas and people who weren't, talk conversation podcasts wasn't that popular among certain crowds. And Taxstone brought those people in. I'm not saying everybody, but he kind of started that. After he went to jail, Joe capitalized on that because Joe was kind of seen as, the more music focused. Gillian Wallow come in on some more game focus, saving the young street nigga type shit. And then I think that they kind of meshed and clashed heads a little bit because there were people that were, trying to pick between the two, or maybe people that were undecided trying to figure out what's their favorite podcast. At the end of the day, what is it worth? It's an interesting conversation because I'm going to tell you where this conversation leads to. Joe gets a lot of money. Gillian Wallow and them get a lot of money. I think what happens here and how everybody tries to position themselves, I hope everything is good with Joe's cast. And when I say that, I'm not, because I always have some dumbass things think I'm predicting future. I'm not. This all started about arguments about money. Now, I don't know what nobody else makes. This is what I know for a fact. Charlamagne makes a shit ton of money. I make a shit ton of money. Joe makes a shit ton of money. Gillian Wallow makes a shit ton of money. Now, that is to be put aside. I believe at times when this conversation comes up, it's a little bit different because I don't believe that everybody associated with all these shows. And I'm probably being a little bit scatterbrained. Okay, let me just say exactly what I'm saying. I love Joe. This all started when I went on Joe's podcast. Well, I don't think it all started then, but it was definitely, they were going back and forth before. But I think the reason why people are talking about money these days, when I went on Joe's podcast and we talked about who was making what money, I had a list and I said, these guys are making that amount of money. And Joe, I think there was a feeling that Joe was kind of saying, yo, or maybe not Joe, but maybe other people that was maybe on his cast, like, nah, I don't know if them niggas making money like that. And the whole time I'm looking around and say, nigga, what? No, these niggas are making money. Now, here's where that materializes to. Number one, you're going to have the people who you might have thrown some shade at in terms of making money. They're going to feel like, damn, yo, are they dissing us? However, I do believe that, again, Joe making a shit ton of money, but the conversation when you have it in that room is going to be different because Joe has employed all those people, and I don't know how their breakdown goes. So when I'm talking about, I know Charlamagne has told me the deals he's turned down. So it would be imbecile of me to think that Charlamagne, and I won't say figures at all, Charlamagne is making a shit ton of money. For me to equal what Charlamagne makes, I have to sum up all my gigs. I'm telling you that boy making them cash. I know this for a fact. I've talked to Wallow. He's told me the money he's turned down and what they signed for. I do know I haven't heard a podcast that is black signed for more money. That's a fact. Again, we're not talking about the richest personalities because I do 30 different things to get my money. They're doing a podcast. Now, they do other things too, but that podcast is the big money getter for them. Their podcast deal versus my podcast deal, they got more. I have no problem saying that. That's truth. To me, that's subjective. Joe makes a shit ton of money as well. Joe does his thing independently. Joe's podcast these days is one of the best. Actually, I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know if anybody hitting like Joe right now. Joe is back on his shit, which, by the way, has proved that Ruri and Millie Mall, when everybody was like, oh my God, no Ruri, no Millie Mall, we're not listening. Fans are dick riders. And by the way, I'm going to go into my whole little, like, talking about, like, the Toxic Twins shit I tried on my channel. Because this is an experiment. And by the way, everybody has to experiment. If you listen to fans blindly and consistently, you'll go nowhere. All the fans told Joe, if you don't get these guys back, we're never watching again. The nigga built a better show. Like again, and I'm not because I dislike Ruri and Millie Mall. Just pound for pound, the show is better now. He has different personalities. Like the Queen's Flip nigga is amazing. Ish has always been amazing. Ice is perfect for what he does there. Then he has what's Shorty's name on there? She's doing amazing. This is the best version of the Joe Budden podcast. Like, the nigga did his shit. If you listen to all the fans, oh my God, you got rid of Millie Mall. Like, so again, I give him all the credit for that. And he makes whatever he makes, which you won't know because he gets his shit from Patreon and other things. But he does what he does there too. Honestly, because I do know that when you're at the top of, if you're on that podcast list, the top 5, I would be very surprised if everybody on that list isn't making at least $3 million per year throughout all their endeavors. You're that influential, you're that popular, you're that successful to be on that list. And that list is not a money list, by the way. But still, if you're on that list, everybody got to make $3 million. So when I was gauging everything and I was giving whatever, I kind of know some inside info on other people making. So I was saying accordingly. Now, I've thought about this, and I don't know if this could be true. But I felt like those, like Joe downplayed it a little bit, but I don't think that Joe downplayed it to hate on them. I think Joe may have like downplayed the expectations for the people in the room to say, hey, listen, whoa. Let's not believe everybody's getting millions in this bitch. Because I'm telling you, I would be fucking shocked out of my boots if Gilly and Wild, well, I know what they're getting. Like, just told me. I know what Charlamagne's getting. And I could ballpark Joe. I know Joe's doing great. So I felt that conversation might have been a little bit skewed then, but I understand it. Because it's really hard to get to the positions that I am, that Joe's at, that Charlemagne's at, that Vlad is at, that Adam's at, that Gideon Wallo, that Nori's at as well. So I kind of understood. However, that doesn't mean other people didn't take offense. I believe Gideon Wallo probably looked at that and it said, yo, this nigga must not know. This nigga must think we not like that. And I think that manifested, along with, little pot shots here and there, Charlemagne, into that episode of $1 Million Worth of Game where Charlemagne's on there with Gilly. And I think they felt it was their moment to respond, but not respond. I call names, but I don't beef with any of these guys. I love them all. I love Charlemagne. I love Joe Budden. I love Gideon Wallo. Nori, I love, all of these guys. I've always said that my issues when it comes to either media personalities or other people, it's never among the people I highly respect. I love them all. However, I could see why maybe Gideon Wallo took that opportunity to say, well, you were downplaying it when it came to blah, blah. Let me kind of throw it a little bit in the mix. And especially when you have Charlemagne, who probably is privied. Because I have to imagine, I don't know this fact, but Charlemagne probably tried to sign Gideon Wallo to the Black Effect. I had meetings with Charlemagne for off the record. Yeah, so, you know what I mean? Again, the industry ain't that big, right? So, again, Charlemagne is really easy to know of what's going on there. And by the way, I won't say that. Me and Charlemagne had subsequent conversations because, trust me, Charlemagne had conversations, just like Joe have conversations. I always say, any table I get to, a lot of times maybe Joe got there before me or Charlemagne. Thank God I have good relationships with these guys. They'll be like, hey, listen, this is what they'll offer me. This is what blah, blah. This is what you probably could get. Go do your thing. And I respect those brothers so much for it. So I think that's where they tried to respond to Joe. I don't think they really tried to be too messy. But of course, I could see how Joe could take it disrespectfully because it feels aimed and targeted, right? And he probably thinks that, not only are they probably responding to that, they're probably shitting on the fact that the list came out and Joe was number one. By the way, what do I think about the list? I've told you what I thought about the list. Joe deserves to be number one. But also, I'm very self-deprecating when it comes to that list. I would have been fine with number 3. Even though, truthfully, if I'm just popping my shit and I don't care about respecting people, I thought it was number one. You know what I mean? But, I respect everybody on that list. And, it's been so long we don't have a list that kind of gives media personalities their props. So I was very happy to just be, that there was a list that existed. So I think that's why they responded to Joe like that. And I think Joe obviously responded the way he did. Here's the point. And I hope eventually they could get to the same page. Joe's audience and Joe's target demo for his podcast is so different than, and by the way, I know I'm going to a tangent before I say it. I also think the product of why I don't get into these tit for tats with all these other people and we kind of have mutual respect is because none of those people are competing for my audience. And that's why I think this all boils down to competing for audience. Competing for audience real estate. I think Joe has his own unique audience. I think Gideon Wallo have their own unique audience, but there is a little bit of middle ground. And I think they do sometimes, kind of whatever. It's like jostling a bit. And when people say Pod Wars, if you remember, when I got introduced or not introduced, but really interested in doing interviews, it's because Media Wars was a thing. Radio station wars. Remember, Charlemagne beefing with Funkmaster Flex or beefing with, Ebro and them or DJ Mr. C, and I was very enthralled by that. So I get it. But I think this is just responding to each other. And I hope it don't get so personal that it feels like it's super serious. Because me, just like y'all, when one says something or the other says something, we all look and we all listen to the next podcast episode. And that's good for these guys. But it shouldn't get that personal when everybody's winning. Do you get what I'm saying? So yeah. All right. That is I think my honest breakdown of it. But I will say I do disagree with Joe if you know, when me and him made the list of who was making what. Yeah, these niggas are getting to the shit. At least the top guys on our list, they get into the shit. They get into the shit. You feel me? All right, man. Somebody said, Ack, you should talk about Gunna. And somebody says, react to Sneeko and Destiny shouting me out. Let me do that and I'll react to Gunna next. Damn, we got a stream today, don't we? Let me see. Sneeko, Destiny. Can I just put my name in or no? Probably not, right? Okay. Let me actually just set this up perfectly.
What up, you?
And then we could talk about this anyway. Here we go. Can I find this thing? Okay. Now
we saw.
Let me give some real. Again, if you don't follow this manosphere world, you might be lost. Give me 10 minutes. I'll address all this shit. So let me tell you what's going on. So this manosphere thing, which by the way, there's two individuals, a nigga named Abba and Preach, very incorrectly placed me in it. Please, you individuals, don't you ever do that again. Little spankings and a lot of lashings for you Negroes, okay? Don't you ever call me a red pillar or a manosphere nigga. I'm none of those. Anyway, there is a whole world that revolves and deals with teaching men how to improve at life, but also how to get women. All right? Fresh and Fit, Kevin Samuels, who's now deceased, have been an integral and main portions of it. And some people would also say Andrew Tate. I believe what's happening these days is that you're seeing some of the leaders, and Tate was pretty much kind of the leader for a second after Kevin Samuels died. They're elevating beyond some of these talking points, and you're seeing a lot of disruption in this space because these talking points are seen as very infantile, and they're seen as only really just made for incels. It's only made for guys who just cannot get laid. But if everybody knows, and maybe that was you at a point of your life where you couldn't get laid, after you start getting laid, maybe semi-frequently or frequently, you realize there's much more to life. You realize that dealing with women is not all about fucking. You realize that you need companionship, love. You start thinking about as the older you get, maybe family. These are all things that, you have to kind of take into account when you're trying to live a fulfilled life. Most of this manosphere shit is limited. They only tell you how to fuck bitches. That's it. I've always said the reason why I would never be associated with red pill or whatever this bullshit these niggas be talking about, and not necessarily at the dudes talking about it, but the ideology of it is that I wouldn't have any conversation with other men about just sleeping with women when that's not my problem, especially if it's devoid of love. Like, for example, we're not perfect. I'm not perfect. I can tell you, dealing with women, whether great decisions or bad decisions, a lot of it, the fact of being in a relationship or love or other things that are just nuanced, if we're not talking about that, there is no black and white way of how to deal with women. Only an idiot needs that. So don't call me no red pill or no manosphere type of nigga, because if we gonna talk about rules and never talk about, other dynamics, we're not really analyzing the real picture. Anyway, what's actually happened is that the guys who have been trying to identify or did identify with this red pill manosphere movement, two in specific, Andrew Tate and Sneeko, this is this guy right here, their message is getting a little bit off of the talking points. Because this red pill ideology, if you study it too much, you become a rhetoric talking points person. You have a rhetoric or a response to everything people say. Well, why can the guy cheat but not the girl cheat? Well, men and women, they're not the same, man. By the way, hey, like, you could say a million things. It's just talking points at that point, right? What those two guys have done is that they've elevated the meaning of what living a fulfilled life is to more than just being what people call a high-valued man. If you hear some of these guys, high-value man, if you want to get with a high-value man, and basically this entire thing with the red pill and the manosphere is basically ran among they try to convince other men, you need to get your value up to be high value, because when you are high value, you have this leverage and privilege. You can fuck all the bitches you want. You can cheat. You can do all that stuff. So that becomes the frame and the undertone of every topic. So when you're talking to women, you for example, Fresh and Fit, they're talking to all these girls and they're all talking about, would you allow a high value man? They're not talking about no regular niggas. Now, granted, let's be honest. If you look at this panel, and there's probably like 20 or 12 girls that's sitting around this table, it's impossible that all of them are going to get a high value man. But the whole discussion about the manosphere and red pill only deals, and I've always said this, people keep associating money and wealth with high value, and I'm rich as shit. I've told people that high value man shit, most of y'all not going to be rich like me. I'm sorry to tell y'all. So, like, I don't know why why the fuck are you studying for a test you would never have to take? I'm sorry to tell, that's just a reality of life. If you do the math, it's just like everybody just can't get to be if a high value man is a 1%, no matter how much the standards keep raising, it's always going to be 1%. 1% is always going to be 1%, no matter how high it gets. But of course, people are enamored by the lifestyles of other people. Okay, let me speed this up a little bit. Andrew Tate did something that was really amazing. After he started getting canceled and people said that, well, your thoughts are misogynistic, he pivoted and he said, well, this manosphere red pill shit on a large scale. Remember I've always said that Fresh and Fit, if they get too big, it's going to be problematic. Yeah, it just is, because the cancel culture wave will never accept your talking points. Andrew Tate got canceled for it. They called him misogynistic. He's bad for this. He said this about women. And then obviously they came in with he trafficked women. The way he pivoted from that while still trying to keep the majority of his talking points was going religious. He went to Islam. It's like, no, my views now is not just based in misogyny, as y'all want to call it. I'm going by the Islam faith, and essentially what they say back up what I say. Is given a couple of benefits. It's less easy to attack that. Now he could showcase a way of life, but here's slightly the downside. Your talking points can't just be about fucking women. So he's changed his talking points. If you listen to Andrew Tate, in the last 6-7 months, he's talking about building families. Andrew Tate doesn't even really talk about this is how you fuck girls. That's how he started. He talks about living a fulfilling life, more to the effect that Islam actually encourages men to do. Okay. Now, not to rag on my nigga Sneeko, but Sneeko is also smart. Manosphere red pill shit is a dead end. Because there's only so long you can say the same shit, the same time. There's lack of growth in it. I think Sneeko now is saying, or I think he's about to, realize that, hey, let me either identify with religion, but preaching to men, get in the gym and get your money up that you can fuck bitches is a dead end. Let me preach a more fulfilling life, which includes family, creating, offspring, and that's what the new thing is. ironically, as much as that seems new, it's actually not that new. And apparently there's a beef between the ideologies, Red Pill and what, say, Sneeko is saying. They're calling TradCon. TradCon is traditional conservative, like, it's traditional conservatives or whatever. Like, it's like people with like traditional conservative values, which is like, yo, hey, let's not do abortions. Like, we should be pro-life. We should be, you know, whatever. Because essentially, you get to realize Red Pill ideology seems to be very close with, yo, these bitches is hoes. All these liberal bitches is hoes. Put some clothes on. Stop twerking. Stop doing OnlyFans. Be a traditional woman, right? So this TradCon movement is just kind of taking it a little bit more to, I won't say to the extreme, but putting a different arc around it. It's kind of the same shit, but they're arguing, right? And this is the war that's kicking off. So Sneeko, who I believe is trying to follow, and I don't think by like just trying to copy, he's following along an Andrew Tate realm, is now trying to have some meaning to life, and that's where they got into a little argument. So, if you don't know, this bitch-ass nigga, Rulu Tumasi, he's 59, with a kid and a wife, but he's the one who's the godfather of the Red Pill. Remember, he got a kid and a wife, he's 59. The motherfucker is telling 20-year-olds, remember, he hasn't been 20 for 40 years, but he's telling 20-year-olds, oh, just fuck bitches, just fuck bitches. This is how you fuck bitches. This is where I always said Red Pill seems weak. Remember when me even Fresh got into it? I'm like, yo, bro, you can't tell your audience you're in love? Like, what type of nonsense is this? That doesn't go with the Red Pill philosophy. You got to be a robot. No, people fall in love, and people do make mistakes. And anytime you have to be subjugated to something that's so fucking hard and narrow, like your iRobot, just not realistic. The 59-year-old dude who's a godfather tweets out a bunch of rules of how men could become, let me see if I can find it, of how men could become high valued in their 20s. Let me see if I could scroll down this bitch and find it. Hold on, I don't know what will be on this page. Let me just, I'm going to show you what he says. Okay. Give me a second. By the way, this dude is like an author who's written this book. And I've always said it's funny how some of the ideologies that they're preaching in the manosphere that essentially came from him, he don't practice. He's married to his wife. He don't say he cheat, but he say he, like, according to his metric, he would be high valued. What he says is, if you high value, you're supposed to be able to fuck all type of hoes, and your chick should be able to tolerate it. He's married. You don't hear nothing about him doing that. So what I always say, hypocrite. Not practicing what you preach. Let me find this fucking tweet. Jesus Christ. This nigga got it. Yo, for a nigga who's like 60, this nigga tweets like a motherfucker. Bro, I've been scrolling for 2 minutes. I'm only at May 8th. That's 3 days ago. What in the fuck? Jesus Christ. Hold on. I'm going to find it. Give me a second. Jesus Christ. Okay. Can I find it yet? Jesus, this nigga tweets like a motherfucker. Bro, I'm literally scrolling down. This nigga is tweeting. This nigga is 60 damn near. Tweeting like it's going out of style. I'm only at May 5th. I think it was about a week ago. Holy shit, bro. I might just Google this shit. Okay. I think I got it. Okay. So this nigga tweets out this that caused a stir. And by the way, if you're looking to it, like, let me Google a picture of this guy real quick. Like, no disrespect to y'all who, like, subscribe to all this bullshit, but it's like, my nigga, if you're in your 20s looking towards this nigga to tell you how to be a man and get bitches, brother, you're fucking lost. Like, there's nothing we could do for you. Like, you need a father figure. This is a nigga that they're saying is writing the rules to be a man. This shit is ridiculous. Anyway, you want to hear the rules he writes? Remember, the whole atmosphere is based around how to be a high value man. Cool. Look, the quickest path to be a high value man. Listen to this shit. Do not get married. By the way, remember I was talking about the TradCon people. The TradCon people, they're about pro-life. Let's procreate to create the people and the ideology we desire. So we need to create more and have families. However, this nigga who's 60, he's only, like I told you, Red Pill only stops at teaching guys how to get pussy. So don't get married, right? Because remember, like, yo, women are only just to fuck, right? Don't get married. Avoid family creation. Nigga, what? Don't get married, then avoid family creation. Like, put it like this. Let me tell you this. And I know, because there's a thing, like, I can start a family. You know, at a point when I have my empire, I want to pass it to my son. I don't want my son to pass it to his son. And I hope my last name could be immortal. By the mere fact of, hey, listen, you know our great-great-great-great-grandfather, academics, he made the Allen family name a thing. You get what I mean? But this is what this 60-year-old fuck is telling young men to do. Don't start a family. Don't do it. Get a vasectomy in your 20s. Keep in mind, this nigga has a kid and a wife. He's 60. Remember, bro, he's shooting blanks right now. This nigga is shooting blanks. So, of course, when you are in your prime, he's like, nah, cut your shit off. Get a vasectomy. He says, lift consistently. Okay. Going to the gym. Shit, I'm going to take that advice. These first three I'm not taking. Well, actually, no, I'll take the first one. I ain't get married either. 2 and 3, bullshit. Eliminate all sedations. Now, I think that's an advice everyone should take. You know what I mean? But it's hard to do. People do have their vices. Learn game. This thing is telling you life goals. Learn how to game women. Yo, the reason why this red pill shit be like a little weird too, again, I'm telling you, it's tailored towards simps and incels. They act like talking to women is fucking the hardest thing possible. It's like cracking a quantum physics equation. It's like, yo, it's like the craziest shit possible. Plays to your strengths, build wealth. I think that's decent. And resist easing up on your focus. Okay. Now, again, this went viral a little bit because people cared about the insane shit he was saying. Vasectomy. Don't get married. A 60-year-old nigga with a family was telling other people, don't be like me, yet I'm high value too. So anyway, everybody who's in the manosphere, they just said, okay, well, the Godfather said it, so it must be true. Sneeko, because I think he's on an arc that's kind of more Tate-like. He's practicing independent thinking. And this is when this clip happens.
Rolo said something yesterday on Twitter saying that men should get vasectomies in their 20s just to prevent this, which I completely disagree with. I think that it's important to have family values and to prepare for eventual parenthood. But that's the cope that a lot of men have. Like, why raise a family in this scenario? Why, like, risk having a child with somebody who's wanting to build an empire or wanting to be as famous as Rihanna when you could just play it safe and do the snip snip? But I disagree with him completely. I want to know what you think about that. Rolo, like the Godfather Red Pill, who's pretty much like created a lot of these ideologies, is saying like avoid having a family. I think that's complete cope. Like that's just that's when it becomes a black hole and really kind of black. Like
I think given the marketplace that we're in, it's a reasonable strategy.
Avoid family.
Well, here's the thing. The upsides are great, but the downsides will absolutely demolish you. I mean, you can look at the Tradcons right now that's going through. I mean, look at Steven Crowder right now, bro. So it's like, and I think that's why so many guys are going abroad, because at least there, like, the women value family more than here. I mean, a lot of the girls here said, I want a family, but if you notice, like, the things that they're working on isn't necessarily to be a better mom. So I think one or two of you guys mentioned that, but not many of you. Most of you guys were prioritizing your career and your education, your own self-improvement, which is great. That's fantastic, but that's more of a masculine thing. Like, you got to ask yourself, is the guy that you want, is he going to want that back in return? Is he going to want another him? I mean, would you guys, what if I lined up a bunch of dudes here and I said, what are y'all going to do to get the wife of your dreams? And they all said, oh, well, I'm getting manicures, I'm buying really nice designer, I'm getting dressed up really well, I'm doing my eyebrows, I'm getting haircuts every week. Would y'all take those guys seriously?
No.
Probably not, right? Because the things they're working.
Okay, I'm gonna try to skip through.
Hell, some of the girls here go up the ranks. Women are gonna.
That's what Eastern European women are doing. So it's not like you can't just put a blanket over all the women here and say give up and cut off your fucking balls from your dick so that you can.
No, I get that. I'm all for families, man. I've always said it. The nuclear family is the backbone of any thrive.
Which, by the way, since my boy Myron, he already has a Muslim background. He's for families, you know what I mean? He's for families and doing the right way. But here's the thing. This is what happens when any type of like genre is created and the nigga who's supposed to uphold the values or give the law or the decrees is saying bullshit. Like, this nigga is 60 telling y'all to have vasectomies. This thing is wrong. And I think Myron even innately knows, like, yo, this nigga's tripping. But, do you challenge him, or do you just kind of like let this crazy fucking lunatic who wants to encourage men to get vasectomies just say whatever?
Thriving society. My parents are from the Middle East. They have different culture values. Religion is a thing. Here, religion isn't that big. Feminism is here. It
could be against you and
successful. I mean,
hold on.
Constantly meeting new women. I would say I would just tell.
Really, I'm trying to play Sneako's part because he was just really just challenging. That's
so it really depends on
3 steps: avoid family creation, get a vasectomy, and have a network. It's just like the generic male self-improvement stuff. But like 2 of the top 3: get a vasectomy and avoid family creation. Do you agree?
Did he say avoid? I don't think he said avoid.
Word for word. Avoid family creation.
It's on Twitter.
Top 3 steps to become a high value man.
Okay, I didn't see this tweet. I'll have to take a look at it. But I mean, here's the thing. I think what he means by that is being the most. When he says high value man, he's talking from the perspective of being able to be a playboy and get as many girls.
But why is that a priority over having a family? Like, why would that even be advice? Why would that be a male self-improvement advice? Be a playboy instead of raise a family? Well, we make fun of women all day for wanting to be girl boss queens and sleep around and have all this, and then you tell guys be a playboy instead of raise a family. That's the same advice on the other side.
Because here's the thing: when you're a playboy, you're going to be better at raising the family, and the reason.
But he's saying avoid family creation.
Well, he's saying to be a high value. He's talking from the frame, knowing Rolo because I know him personally. He's talking from the frame of being a guy getting a lot of girls. And then, if you decide you want to get a family down the road, you can always unsnip and then go ahead and go down the family route. But in today's day and age, I agree to a degree that you need to have sex with at least 50 girls as a guy. I've talked about that all the time. It's controversial. But the reason why I say that is because most women are more promiscuous than most guys. So if you're a dude and you're getting out here and dating girls and you get your pee-pee wet with the first girl, she could sell you a dream and you'll be like, oh, yeah, this is great. So guys got to get out there and be sexually experienced. So he's talking from the frame of being attractive.
I think most guys out here are not going to be able to control their sexual urges. So he's saying
dude,
yeah,
okay.
By the way, Fresh, that's a retarded point, my brother, and I love you. Niggas can't control their urges, so they should have a vasectomy. Brother, I'm gonna be honest. Y'all gotta tell this old geriatric fuck, the nigga who Alzheimer's finna hit We get you trying to sell some books, nigga, but ain't nobody getting no motherfucking vasectomy. And it's just like, again, hearing the whole theory about being a high value man, like, it's supposed to be rooted in discipline. Why the fuck are you preaching that, hey, we know you can't control your urges, so just have a vasectomy? Everything else is about discipline, right? Like, if you hear any red pill like talking point, like go to the gym, that's all discipline. That's straight discipline. How is it discipline to get in shape and get your body right? But when it comes to sexual urges, fuck it. So I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Sneako did something very great here. Is that he challenged this red pill ideology on a level that all these women sitting here could never do, because these red pill ideologies are meant to hit bimbos that they don't even have the mental capacity to fucking debate about these type of things. But when somebody who's now getting past the stage of, oh, I'm glad I have a dick that could fuck girls and girls want me, and you build out that theory of what makes me happy other than just being able to have sex when I want, and you start thinking about, okay, family, you start thinking about love, other things like that, you kind of realize that the red pill hasn't matured. And it's interesting that Sneako, who's I think like the youngest nigga in this whole space, is the one who's kind of challenging it. And then I watched this last night a little bit. The nigga who created the whole red pill shit gets the red pill demolished by Destiny and Sneako. Like, they both just like gave the nigga a verbal lashing last night. Destiny, Sneako, Rulu. They gave that nigga a verbal lashing. Just listen to this shit.
Now, this point has passed.
Advice. All I'm doing is saying, hey, look, maybe you should not focus on family. Maybe you should not get married. I mean, I don't know why that's big.
It's maybe advice.
I'm not saying it's advice. What I'm saying is that is this over the fucking top that everybody wants to take it out of context, which is exactly what you guys have been doing.
So what is it? Can you tell me what that tweet was if it wasn't advice?
It's not advice. What it is it's okay. It's saying that this is the most extreme way to do things. Okay, here's the quickest path to. If I told you this, look, if I said the quickest way for you to make $1 million.
Yo, he's panicking. This dude who created this whole shit wrote a book, panicking to fucking 23-year-old Sneako and a dude with blue hair.
That sounds like advice.
Is to go steal it from the bank or go to steal it. Does that mean I'm telling you to go steal it? If I tell you to go fucking jump off a cliff, are you going to go jump off a cliff? Right, by the way, here's the other thing is I'm also responding to Dr. Richard Reeves in this as well.
Hold on. By the way, here's the thing too. Like, they asked the nigga the very fundamental question, right? Because this whole red pill thing is based on, they don't give advice on regular men to live life. They give advice on regular men to become high value men, and that's how you should live life. Listen to this shit right here. They ask a nigga, what's a high value man? And the nigga don't know what's going on.
You got to love money. You got to be on top of your game. And I love Brandon Carter, by the way. I think
here we go.
Can include sex. I'm just saying the dating process itself, going through the whole motions, you can see who the person really is. That's all I'm saying here.
He said he wants to call in and tell us what he actually meant.
I guess. Here's a novel idea. How about you tell me, let me call it to tell you what I actually meant.
You know what? Let's do it, bro.
Let's go ahead and bring Rolo Tomasi on. Shout out to Rolo. Shout out to you.
Can you hear me okay?
What up, man?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. So let me explain a few things here. I wasn't able to do this the last time you guys were talking about this, but so about, gosh, is it now 2 weeks ago? I think it was Tuesday of last week. You guys had Brandon Carter on. Is that for himself? He does food for himself. You have a lot of respect for as well, who are buddy's mouth on Instagram, throwing you off.
Really genuine.
All right, never mind. I'm trying to figure it. Where is it? Here we go.
Like a retarded, but you're too old and stubborn to walk back from it. That's the point of this conversation.
I'm not too stubborn to walk back from it because the point of it was to get douche nozzles like yourself to have this conversation in the first place.
How old are you, bro? Douche nozzles?
Yes. You guys are idiots. Why you guys come in here from Twitch stream? Like, how you guys are legitimate in all of this? I don't know, because
so this guy's new method is saying, yo, I created this whole thing, and how did y'all like weasel yourself into like this manosphere red pill shit? that you're questioning me because basically he don't know what he's saying, and it's at the point like I know Myron looks up to this guy, so I know he wouldn't do it like overtly, but Myron's laughing at this nigga. This nigga said douche nostrils. You feel me?
Everything I've heard come out of you guys' mouth is just confident ignorance.
I'm asking no, Myron. Okay, I'm not asking you like in terms of the debate. You call yourself the godfather of the red pill. You
call myself the godfather.
How you get owned by Sneako?
The manosphere, okay? Other people have called me that.
Okay, great. That's very.
Do you understand?
Okay, so as
godfather or grandfather of the man, which one is it?
Whatever it is, the old guy of the manosphere. What is your definition of high value man? This is the
the nigga wrote a whole book on this shit, and they asked him a simple question he'll never answer. Listen to this nigga.
number one talked about topic on all of these shows, and so I want to get a clear definition from you. What is it?
You tell again. It depends on the person. It depends on the culture. Depends on the. So here's the thing. Let me tell you. Maybe I can explain this to you, Sneako, because at least you got your ears open here. The thing is that when we're talking about what's the top G, what's a high value guy, you probably haven't heard this because you don't read my stuff and you don't watch my shit. No. But I've also said this is like the red pill has to be for everybody, or it's for nobody. So if we're looking at a guy who's draped across a Lamborghini and he's got hot chicks with him, and we say that's what I'm aspiring to, but I'll never make that because I live in a fishing village on the coast of Chile, right? That means I can never match that high apex of a high value guy.
The guy in the car?
But the guy who happens to live in those villages or happens to be in a different culture or in a different country or whatever else, he can still benefit from that because however he's defining himself as a high value man in his fishing village, maybe that's what he can aspire to.
It has nothing to do with Chile and the village in the car.
By the way, this is another reason why this thing has got owned. Like, I understand the point he's making. He's saying, yo, listen, a high valued man for like living in Miami, right? Like, because maybe you're looking at somebody who has a Bugatti and they got 20 bitches with them. Might be different from somebody in Chile who lives in a rural village. And he's saying that the red pill is an ideology rather than an actual status symbol, in the sense of saying you need $1 million, because the person in Chile wouldn't have $1 million, but they're living in a different environment. So you could be high valued in Chile and whatever. I completely get that, but that's not what Sneako's asking him. Sneako's saying, brother, just define what the attributes would be, or just define the characteristics of a high valued man. He's gonna just consistently fail to do it.
See, here's the thing: is you guys want me to say, okay, a high value man makes $100,000 a year. He's fucked 50 chicks. He's got like that's the thing.
That's not what I want you to say. I disagree with that. I'm asking you because I come on this all the time.
Disagree with it. What I'm saying is the point of the tweet is so you will ask that question.
I'm past the tweet. I'm past that. Look, I'm asking as somebody who's really interested in the red pill. I listen to a lot of this content. I want to know what your definition is, because if you have,
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm surprised that. I think obviously Myron was just like mediating, but I'm surprised that Myron and Fresh allowed this to happen, because to me, Sneako and Destiny completely violated this whole this whole thought of red pill is based on none of these things being fumbled over, all these questions being answered immediately, like having ironclad answers. And I just thought Destiny and motherfucking Sneako took this nigga to town. And it's like, after you hear this, you're like, wait. Like, if you were blindly subscribing, you're like, how the fuck am I doing this when the nigga who's supposedly writing the rules don't know what's going on?
Have a definition that's completely off of what I think it is, then I guess I'm not red pill.
Well, here's what I think guys ought to do. Would you like me to give you some prescriptions? Is that what we're trying for here?
No, I want to know your opinion of a high value man. What is it?
I think a high value man is whatever is contextually makes that guy a high value guy in whatever culture that he happens to be in. If that's money, that's money. Right now, that's what we tend to focus on right now. But if I'm going to say that,
high value man is a guy that has the things that makes him a high value man.
All right, the things that make you a high value man. Okay, what is that? You know, we've been trying to. We're never going to define it.
We just kind of because here's the thing. When I read the tweet, I interpreted it right. Higher step, like he's listing things that if you follow these things right and you actually follow them, you're probably not going to become a Right. And to be a high value guy, I would say it's a combination of things. It's obviously having your money on point, having social proof and status, having respect from your peers, having a network of other high value men, right? Which I agree with Kevin Samuels on that, being fit to a degree. If you have all these things in place, you'll be considered a high value man by most people in most societies, right? If you have these things in place. Now, with that said, to get there, right?
Myron is saving the creator of all of this bullshit, man. Yo, Myron, I don't know if you realize, you are the student that have passed the teacher a long time ago. I've seen this nigga on your show. He's babbling. He's like fucking just like, you know what I mean? Like he got to cut the ponytail. Like he's a fish out of water, brother. Like Alzheimer's is kicked in, bro. He's talking about game like in the 1960s, gang. Like you have been Myron, you're the last nigga who been keeping this nigga alive. The moment you say, this nigga has not updated his shit, it's over for him. But I gotta say, Myron's a super loyal dude. He's one of the most loyal dudes I've seen. He will never throw his mans under the bus, no matter the fuck what. He rather just like take the L in silence. He will never do it. But he's even trying to save this nigga. This nigga is a fish out of water.
Right? You obviously have to focus and get your shit together and make sure that you focus on getting there. What he's saying is all these, the list of things that he mentioned, if you follow them, it's going to mitigate your risk of becoming a fuck up and not getting to that point as quickly as possible. And I think that's so important is that this tweet kind of gets taken out of context. He's saying the quickest way to become a high value man, avoid and do these things because you're limiting distractions. And he's using Brandon Carter as an example where he's in a monogamous relationship with a girl. He outsourced a lot of his things. Why? So he's able to focus on making more money. He's getting rid of obstacles. And I think that tweet demonstrates that.
Yes.
You're getting rid of obstacles so you can become a high value man in the quickest possible way. Now, I know the most controversial one is the vasectomy. Though there's other ways to get the.
All right, W. Myron's trying to save him. But Sneeko gets back on his ass again.
Yeah, he doesn't do his laundry.
No, but he's taken everything to this extreme level. It's like to a lot of guys. Brandon Carter's not a high, okay, would you agree with me that Brandon Carter is a high value guy?
Sure.
Okay, you know who wouldn't? Ben Shapiro. You know who wouldn't? A lot of other people because they think that they're living out their own high value ideal. Do you understand that?
Context.
Like the 350-pound esports player is living out his ideal of a high value man.
Yeah, whether or not that's working for him is irrelevant to the tweet. When I say, okay, when I'm talking about Brandon Carter, you say you understand that. He's taking it to like this extreme level.
How is Ben Shapiro not a high value guy?
Like stay on top of it. Like for Brandon Carter, what do you think Brandon Carter's definition of a high value man is?
Probably the same as mine.
Which is?
Determined by society. If you have respect from your community, then you are a high value person. If people respect you.
So being pro-social and having people like you and depending on the,
I know you don't agree with him because he's Daily Wire. Ben Shapiro is definitely a high value man.
Okay, but
okay, let me keep
out the obstructions. Are you better off without? Are you better off without the ban?
Everyone here has kind of a different thing. Like me, I've defined it. This is what I think makes you high value. You might have a different take on it. You might have a different take on it. I've defined it, and then I took my interpretation off what you said. If you want to get these things, and it makes sense to me, those things that you listed. But I'm seeing here that everyone here kind of has a.
Okay.
I don't think you do.
Red pill shit. Isn't that what you do?
Your
so you
name
should
is
know,
the
like,
rational male.
Yeah.
Through rate for something like that.
What would we say about women? If we say, what is a high value woman?
You tell me, man. It's like again, this is the definition.
Bro, this is like your wheelhouse. This is your chance to steamroll.
I don't think you understand why wheelhouse is. Quite honestly, I don't think you do.
Red pill shit. Isn't that what you do?
Your
so you
name
should
is
know,
the
like,
rational male.
Yeah, a high value woman is.
I don't talk about high value women, dude. I keep. In fact, if anything, I say there's no such thing as a quality woman because it's an ideal that guys have in their heads.
There's no such thing as a quality woman.
No such thing as a quality woman because guys have this.
Look at Sneako's face. He's like, yo, this nigga's nut.
The quality woman is an ideal, but we can talk about that when I get there. But the thing is this is like when you're building a relationship or when you have this idea in your head. You want to know why guys get into so much fucking trouble in their marriages? It's because of that idea.
Hey, I'm gonna give some advice to all these red pill niggas. Y'all got to start debating men because y'all got it all packed down ready for when a woman or a feminist. Most of the talking points like anything a feminist says, y'all got it. But I ain't gonna lie, Sneeko was fucking this nigga up.
Woman,
that's not even true.
High value woman.
Myron holds his own. This nigga right here is lost.
Disposable sex. That's why. Play Slayer. Con fantasy.
Guys, let me hit these chats real fast.
We got another.
Would you agree with his outlook on women?
With Ben Shapiro's outlook on female.
Anyway, y'all could go indulge in that. That's the homies Fresh and Fit. Sneeko, he's pretty dope. I'm glad Sneeko's giving some pushback on a lot of things. And by the way, Destiny, I think Destiny is a really good debater. And I think him and Sneeko teamed up to like make all of this red pill shit just feel like niggas just making it up on the fly. So homie need to write a part 2 of his book because it's not looking good. Anyway, it's all good. Let's keep this shit going. Yes, this is a spokesperson of the man right here. Like he wrote the rules. And I ain't gonna lie, Sneeko fucked this nigga up, dog. I kid you not. Oh, someone said go to 9 minutes. Is it here? Right.
They still sell Plan B.
No, but the point is
that is the point. He's able to fuck girls, not have a vasectomy, and still not have kids. It's possible.
What did number 2 say? Avoid family creation. It could be Condom or Plan B. But
Oh no, I probably got to go on the Fresh and Fit channel. Shout out to the homies. I haven't been in Miami in a while. You know, but you know, it's my guys.
And
let's see. I think it's this one. 9 minutes in.
And we are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Fresh Fit Podcast. Women Restored. All right, man. Great to hear that, bro. I appreciate that greatly. When Big At coming back would be cool. Destiny and AK.
That would be great to see.
Dude, I fucking love.
He watches all your.
DJ
He likes watching your content.
Yeah,
too.
I watch his shit too. That guy's Bro, did you catch the shit where he was talking about his? Is it his ex or are they still dating?
Selena Powell?
I don't know.
No. Listen, man.
When he was telling that story,
yeah,
she faked getting an abortion, right? She faked taking a Plan B. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And so they resolved their differences. There's so much drama to this.
Yeah.
And then I think a week later, after they'd figure everything out, she caught him fucking around again. And then she said, I didn't actually get the abortion, motherfucker. I tricked you because I knew you'd do this shit again. Dude, that whole story is the funniest fucking shit.
Yo.
I love DJ Academics.
I told him from day one she needs to go. But I get it. You know, there's some love there that can't be shaken or stirred. But I wish him the best, you know? But
I love DJ because he's I guess flawed as fuck, but he knows it. He's like,
he knows it.
He's like, I fuck around, I fuck up, I do. That's funny. I like.
Hey, listen. By the way, Destiny, if you ever see that's why I like Sneeko. I texted Sneeko not only the other day, bro. We're all flawed people. If we purport any type of perfection, like a lot of times I think I give really good advice, but I don't follow my advice all the time because also that's why I keep saying, especially when we talk about like how to deal with women, this and third. I'm not one of those guys. I'm a hip hop guy, but you know I talk about regular life too. I share my regular life. Bro, you're not a robot. Nobody's a robot. And I've, you know, if I wasn't in some of these situations, maybe I would think a little bit more level-headed. But of course, with love and other things involved, it's always what it is. You know what I mean? My thing is I would never purport it to be any way else. And by the way, I've taken my licks, and sometimes I've been lucky to be on the positive side of shit. So it is what it is.
I like the guy. I think it's really
at least
funny.
he owns it, but I mean,
yeah,
bro,
he does. He owns it
that
hard.
could have been avoided though.
And new Rumbler, isn't it pretty surprising? You guys are all on Rumble. The fact that there's no press coverage of that. Jadeon's on Rumble, Academics on Rumble. You guys, that's like, why do they not talk about that? They're talking about Kick all the time. The only streamer on Kick is Aiden, and nonstop they're all obsessed about it. But Rumble's getting so.
All right. Yeah. No. I would definitely. I like Destiny. Destiny's. I like his debate tactics. I think he does a really good job of balancing every conversation. Him going to Fresh and Fit's always good. I watched a bunch of his debates before. And by the way, I think him and Sneeko are a good pair because I think Sneeko is malleable. I've told him this. I said, the best thing about Sneeko is that he's malleable. And Sneeko is one of the only people that I've had a conversation with. And he's so not stuck in his ways that he'll hear something in that conversation and he'll stop and he'll say, that's interesting. I'm thinking about it. Everybody else, they're like set in stone. They don't give a fuck. What you say, they got 39 things, which might be talking points to hit you with. It is what it is. Yeah, I think he's in Miami. When I'm in Miami, my birthday's coming. I might go to Miami or something. Definitely love to fuck with him. All right, bet. Cool. I gave y'all my manosphere. This is not really manosphere. I call everything the manosphere. Really, this is lifestyle and dating. You know, because of the feminist movement and also some of the movements that are adjacent to it, it's led to people ignoring the needs or the cries out from men in some of the inadequacies they have. Like a lot of men are saying, yo, we don't know how to get girls, or we're not getting girls, or we're invisible to the girl, to the regular girl. And I think that's where the manosphere has actually came in to address those people and address those men's, concerns and be the voice for those men's. That's why I think a lot of people like watching even After Hours. Like there's certain dudes that watch After Hours because they want to see Myron kick someone out. Now Myron's kicking him out for disrespect, but those guys, they feel like they're getting disrespected by a woman personally, so they want to see somebody else disrespect those women. So that's also part of the whole situation. Regardless, yeah, I've given y'all my opinions on that for a good while now. Hey, let's hit some more topics before I get the fuck on out of here. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, I ordered food, which it says DoorDash says 30 minutes. I ain't gonna lie to you. So I got 30 minutes with y'all. So I gotta go eat, my nigga. Maybe I'll come back later tonight for the Schmirkio and Young Boy joint. Oh, Nicki and Kai. Let me see what that's heading for. Nicki Minaj, Kai Cenat. I'm going to be honest. Going into this, and I haven't watched it yet because I wanted to watch it with my family, which is y'all. And by the way, real quick, since, please, everybody. Hey, real quick. I see everybody on YouTube. I'm gonna let me read all the donations real quick. Gus Johnson said, dude on the right never took more. He's talking about the Rulu nigga. Took down more than 2 women in his life. He ain't never been P. Kid Condola, he also says, yo, Iraq vet on the right is hella emotional. Somebody says, yo, Kevin Samuels with a clown these red pill lanes. Guy on the right, blah, 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 blah. Someone said Kevin Samuels rolling his grave, hijacked his content and turned to some lame stuff. None of these guys are real players. Nah, I mean, hey, again, everything I'm saying and by the way, it's definitely not directed at Fresh and Fit. I think this dude is kind of leading the space, and because they gave him the Godfather title, people are trying to rationalize the bullshit he says. Now, there's some stuff he says that's on point, and that's what I'm saying. I think Myron has a better understanding of the shit he says than he does. So, like, Myron has flushed it out, thought about it, I think Myron was kind of thrown off guard. Like, wait, I got to defend this motherfucker talking about vasectomies? But it is what it is. Yo, real quick. Hey, I need everybody to go over Rumble real quick. Please. We're going to have the rest of the stream on Rumble. Please, everybody. Rumble.com/C/academics. I need everybody to get over to Rumble. We're going to watch the Kai Cenat, Nicki Minaj thing. And we definitely have a few more topics. Somebody said, look at the fake Fresh and Fit. There's a fake Fresh and Fit? Well, we could watch. There's a fake Fresh and Fit. Hold on. Fake Fresh and Fit. Like, why did I just type that in? Wait, fake Fresh and Fit. Where's the fake Fresh and Fit? What's it called? What's it called? Yo, I watched Young Boy's video already too. Oh, he put up another video too. What the fuck is? Oh yeah, now I'll watch this already. It's called Unfiltered Podcast. Unfiltered Podcast.
As anything $5 super chats will be shown on the screen. $10 super chats will be read. As you guys may very well know, we kick girls out a lot here, and we're honest with them, and we get demonetized for that shit. Okay,
real quick.
Everything that you guys donate goes right back into the studio. We're getting new cameras for you, so that's.
I know him. He used to be at Fresh and Fit. He used to be at Fresh and Fit. Okay. Yeah, I think they may have fell out or some shit. That's interesting. They kind of got it in like a living room, kind of the same thing. Got the tables. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, listen. I'll say this. Nothing is great unless it's copied. Like when I started my format at YouTube, there was 1 million people who copied it. What's proprietary a lot of times won't be the format. What's proprietary is going to be the personalities. And trust and believe, because a lot of people start doing videos with gifs and little whatever, just like me. But it becomes, you have to have that belief in yourself, and you have to have that particular person who's going to bring the people in. Now, this podcast, not too sure if it's exactly like if they're kicking red pill shit too. But I will say Myron's personality is what sells the podcast. And I don't think it's only his personality. Myron's how he actually is. I keep telling y'all, I give him a lot of credit. Myron is exactly, being around him a bunch of times, he's exactly who he is on and off camera. And that's a unique, rare thing. And he's the draw. And what I mean by the draw, he's the guy who people want to hear what the fuck he gonna say. You get what I mean? So, again, unless these guys are like that, no matter what women you have, they're gonna get some views, because here's the nature of like this type of show, and I think Myron and Fresh would admit it. When you bring women around, niggas is so thirsty, niggas will just watch just to be like, yo, who are these bitches? You get what I'm saying? Like it's like you're going on the first date with all these women, and niggas just get to, yo, who are they? So you're gonna get some views. But in terms of going viral and stuff, like a lot of that stuff was Myron. So, you know what I mean? Unless these guys are like that, and that comes with people hating you or maybe loving you a lot. We'll see. I thought there was another show too, like there was We in Miami podcast. They kind of do the same thing too. We in Miami podcast. Because I use a few things of theirs on my Instagram page.
What you think about Lil Nas X?
Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, look at this shit
right here.
Like they got a bunch of chicks around.
A lot of people, they're just bullying me, trying to tear me down. And I try to stay strong and try to stay above it, but
I know some of these chicks. Goddamn. All right. Anyway, it is what it is. Why'd y'all tell me to look it up? Why'd y'all tell me to just look it up? Like for no fucking reason? I get it. Like, yo, I think I've met him a couple times.
I mean, come on, freedom and
I've met his name is Eric. This guy's Eric. I don't know this other guy over here, but this guy's named Eric. He used to be in the back. I think he used to get all the girls, or he'd do something at Fresh and Fit. Shit, maybe he wanted to be a third host. I don't know. Maybe they didn't want him to make a third host, and maybe he said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna start my own shit." I don't know. Whatever he's doing, shit, good luck to him. All right, bet. Are we all on Rumble? Because I'm about to cut everything else. I ain't gonna lie. Let me shout out all my people who did give subs on Twitch, though, because, my dog's on Twitch. That's my dogs. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Damn, I've been streaming 5 hours now? Holy. Hey, Playful Anxiety, thank you. You get the 5 subs at first. Enzo Kubrick, I haven't seen you in a minute, bro. Appreciate seeing you today. Thank you for the 10 gifted. My boy Jinx, thank you for the 10 gifted. Jigga23, thank you for the 5 gifted. Jinx came back with another 5 gifted. Step 2238, thank you for the resub. And also King Buck, he says, chat, let's fucking go. Thank you for the sub as well. Oh, actually, and the cheer. Swigger Giovanni, man, that's my guy, man. Yo, Swigger. Big Drizzy ain't opened a DM since then, bro. Like, what's going on? Yo, Drake really ain't opened my... Yo, Drake, me and Drake have talked more frequently. Yo, Drake ain't opened my DM. Well, I gotta check. Did he open it yet? At least he, like, it's left, like, on red. Like, he hasn't opened it type shit. Like, he hasn't opened it, but, like, I sent it, like, a month ago, I feel like. God damn. Let me click on this shit right now. Nah, it ain't say red yet. Whew. Okay, I gotta imagine. I don't know. Drake getting too many DMs. He don't know what's going on. But damn, man, wait. When did I send this DM to Drake? Yo, nah, this is crazy. This is a month ago. Yo, I sent this shit April 6th. Nah, Drake, you wilding on me right now. Nah, you wilding, Drake. Yo, Swigger, what's the play? Like, my boy ain't responding in a month. Yo, that's a big boy. He said, yo, who gonna let Drake, who gonna let Act know that Drake don't fuck with him like that? You think Drake would YB me? Nah, he wouldn't do me like YB now. Nah, he wouldn't do me like no YB. Nah, he wouldn't do me like YB. Nah, Drake's the Crody. You think Drake would do me like YB? No. No. Hold up. All right, let me just keep shouting out to people who did give subs. Too high for this. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs on Twitch. Appreciate you, my brother. Jay got amnesia. He said, clean your mouth. What are you talking about? The worst 007 said, yo, Ack and YB, lovers quarrel. So we're having a lovers quarrel. Nah, man. Like, you know, I'm like, even, you know, I'm hurt a little bit. I could admit that. I'm gonna hurt a little bit. But, you know, trust me, I haven't said a lot of things I could say or reveal information. I'm just keeping it chill because I'm like, damn, I don't know why YB just turned on me like that, man. Like, maybe he thought I turned on him. Yo, December, thank you for the $10. He said, Ack, he only tight because of Squash the Beef shit and he think you and Dirk clicked up because of timing. Yeah, I think that's the same thing, but like, bro, like I came on here, I was like, no, I thought I was sincere. You know what I mean? I wasn't like, you know what I mean? And also, bro, you know, you could call me and be like, yo, dog, don't tell me you switched on, bro. That's what I would call my homie and say, dog, don't tell me you switched sides on me, dog. You know what I mean? He said, if the camp into it, then stand on it. If you mutual, then don't speak on it. All right, maybe, all right. December, I hear you. Maybe me saying the Squash Beef, but I didn't think that benefited no side. It don't benefit Dirk if it's Squash. Matter of fact, y'all would laugh at Dirk if it's Squash, right? Wouldn't y'all be like, yo, damn, dog, you ain't even slide for fun and blah, 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 blah. Like, that's what y'all would pretty much say, right? Mr. Frank, he said you could collab with Destiny. Okay, yeah, we talked about that already. Mr. Frank, thank you. He said, do you think Dirk? We answered that talking about Dirk, the new French Montana. You wildin', bro. You wildin'. Zintel, thank you for the sub. Open Billboard chart. All right, we did that already. We did a lot of these things already. Oh, YB in the Mirror came in and gifted 10 subs. My boy, man. Salute to him. I'm glad to see him and Jay. You see him and Jay back kicking it? I don't know if y'all seen that recently. Like, look, YB in the Mirror and Almighty Jay, like they back together. Well, not like, I don't want to say back together, but they were performing together. Look. Oh, this is Jay's vlogs.
With my Juicy J, bro. Perfect. Promoting this because it say Jay, I need a check. I need a check. I don't promote smoking weed though. I don't promote marijuana unless it's for medical use. Bro,
Jay, man, you already know, man.
You more professional. Cars do not have CD players now. I'm scared to try to.
Okay. I'm trying to get you.
With this one. They be coming in handy, don't they? You don't be wearing that.
Yo, Mighty Jason like dumb famous, ain't he? Your rap fame is like different. Like he moving around type shit. Oh shit, that's them together.
Them hating all day. Go to back. Hey, don't bet with your heart. Bet with your heart. Hey, why y'all doing all that? Me and Devin gonna run a play on y'all, bitch. You just sparring. You just sparring and say bet.
Oh, this gotta be Namir new ting right here. This is his new ting, man. Namir know how to pick better now. No more monkey mask for his girls. No way. Okay. Is this? I guess this when they.
It's your history. History in the making. You know what I'm saying? He don't give a damn. He's trying to hit something. He look like that basketball shit,
probably. Wait, they perform in the stadium?
Or a big fat line there.
Oh, yeah. Almighty.
They're gonna be like plus 2 million. I'm gonna be like, damn, I'm gonna hit you just fall. They ain't gonna bust the break.
Hey, let me just finish reading this shit because goddamn it, I gotta get on just straight rumble. POV God, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Appreciate you so much. Greedy Sim, what up? He says, yo, it's the big act, the biggest. Greedy is my sin. Thank you. Ciroc 15. He says dick meat. What the fuck is that? And Mr. Frank, he says, watch Pingwings Zero video about the podcast. He started crying because a girl rated him a 2. What are you talking about? Okay. I'll try to get on that. Anyway, everybody get to Rumble. I got to cut this stream off right now. See y'all on Rumble, people.